have to go grab my tea, but hold on.
Also, feel free to kick me out. I don't know how to get down by myself.
No,
I'm a
you're
baby.
fine. You're fine. You're a baby. You're a TikTok baby.
Do you want an op? It looks like an op is requesting
Who?
a MAGA person.
I mean, Betsy just requested. I just approved. Oh, that went away. I guess I don't know. What are you here to talk about, dude? This seems like a troll, black independent voter, and then this doesn't seem like a real person. But I'll accept.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
I'm not no troll. I'm not a troll. I just have a few questions. I'm new to this live. I wanted to ask you, what type of live is this? Is this like a conservative, independent? Is this I'm an independent.
We are not conservative.
Y'all are liberal?
I'm progressive. I'm not liberal either. I'm progressive. I'm leftist.
Okay. So what do you think about Trump? What do you think about him?
We're talking about the TikTok ban right now, actually. So that's what this live is about. As you can see from the news scroll. I don't like the man. He's terrible, but thank you.
Okay.
We're going to talk about what we're talking about. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, we're talking about the TikTok ban here to, just in general, I guess. Yeah, we can branch off topics, but I'm not here to take the bait from just MAGA who just want to re-fucking litigate whatever. If you want to talk about Trump's history on the TikTok ban, happily, we can happily do that.
Just want to know who's paying him to give a shit about the TikTok ban now, because he initially was very for banning it, and recently has said he vehemently doesn't want to ban it.
He met with one of the billionaires that owns shares in TikTok right before he came out and suddenly was against banning it. Yeah.
Heard.
Yeah, it was like
Literally.
September or
Like the
something,
same
right?
day.
It
It was September.
Just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
I lose track of how many billionaires he meets with, so thanks.
I know. It's just more and more. God, if you look at the last night they put up some infographic on the total net worth of the cabinet of his picks if they were to go through compared to previous cabinets, and it's astounding. It is astounding. 5 billionaires right now own, was it $1 trillion? I think they own altogether officially crossed the line into owning $1 trillion between the 5 of them. And I think several of them are nominated to his fucking cabinet. Oligarchy, but for fucking real. But for real. Super for real. Jeff Yass. Yeah, thank you, Yuck. Thank you.
But I want to derail us from TikTok, but did you guys hear about the RBG Super PAC thing?
Yeah. What did we hear about it?
Which Elon, so there was a super PAC created called RBG after Ruth Bader Ginsburg that was supposed to educate voters on women's health. Mm-hmm. And it had one funder in its entire existence, and it was $20 million from Elon.
Yeah.
And its sole purpose was actually to misinform voters on Donald Trump's position on women's healthcare.
Yeah. Yes, I did see that.
So oligarchy for real.
For real. Literally, they fucking control the truth. They literally do it. If you have enough money, you can control the truth. It's fucking terrifying, guys. These are terrifying times. Consider finding your favorite creators and even your least favorite creators, whoever on the others for now. This shit fucking pays my bills. I am worried. I have to stand up. I gotta go turn my heater back on and grab my tea. So if you're down to talk, Andrew swiped out. Do you wanna, if you'd like to talk
Someone
for a
said
second?
Elon Musk. I have something to say about this.
Go for it.
I think one of the best ways that progressives and leftists and liberals even control Trump is to call Elon Musk the president, is to call Trump the first gentleman. So if you want narcissists to turn against each other, do something like that. So instead of calling Elonia Musk the first lady, what we should actively be doing is anytime we run into Elon Musk in person, which I don't know who is running into him, but we should say, hello, Mr. President. Online, we should refer to him as the president. And soon enough, it'll get back to Trump enough to piss him off.
I feel like, I mean, it's such a great idea that I know that you came to independently, but I also feel like Brenna had a TikTok about that, like the day after the election or something. It would so, but I've heard so many people. It's so true. It's so true. The best way to get at two narcissists is exactly through what you're saying. Like, you know, Elon's really in control. Trump is the puppet. You know.
I love that. I mean, that's what we need. I think the left lacks messaging that works because, I don't know, maybe we're a little too trend-based. Something that the GOP has done is consistently messaged in the same exact way over time. And that resonates with people because it creates sound bites for them, but it also creates an ideology. It allows them to tie their personality or their personhood into that party or its messaging. So I think we need to do something similar. So maybe, especially if other leftists are also thinking this, which I love, it's like calling Trump the puppet actively.
I made a TikTok about this.
Andrew was saying, I haven't seen that TikTok, but I was in another live this morning and that was the idea that I had. And I'm like, yeah, if we're all thinking this, let's stop calling Elonia.
Yeah.
And stop saying that he's the first lady and instead make Trump the first.
No, we were on here. We were trying to generate AI images showing literally that. It was great. But it is hard. We need to get better AI. We got some stuff like some pieces of images, but Elon was not being rendered very well by the
Oh, I bet he's got something to do with that.
Yeah, I bet he does. Wait, hold on. Someone.
If I was a fucking billionaire,
stop spamming.
That would make my face unable to be rendered by AI or something, you know.
Yeah. Do you see the whole fucking? Okay, Jeff. Bye for spamming. The whole David Rothschild thing. David Mayer on Chat GPT cannot say the name David Mayer Rothschild or something. Did you see this?
Oh no, I haven't heard that.
It happened like last week, I think, or maybe this past week. There's like this weird bug people discovered that Chat GPT will not output the name David Mayer, Mayer. And like trying every which way, it'll output like David Mayer, Eyer, and then when you tell it to change the like first A, it'll return an error. And if you have it say like it'll say other name, like Daniel Mayer, but if you say okay now change the Daniel to David, it won't do it. It'll say David, it'll say Mayer, whatever, and it turns out there's a different I think solution to it. But then people realized that like one of the heirs to the Rothschild fortune is named David Mayer.
Oh my God.
So everyone's like, oh my God, this whole thing. Whatever. Snooze. And but then someone else finally pointed out, and this is what I think it really is, but it's fun to think it's a Rothschild thing, there's a man by the name David Mayer who apparently shares the name with a like a teaist, a tarot readerist. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess one of these tarot readerists used the name David Mayer, Mayer. So some things, some like automated things, like think that the name is tea related. So
that makes more sense.
That makes more sense. Yeah. But it's such a common fucking name. Theory. I love a good conspiracy theory. But also it's like
ooh, the Rothschilds are,
yeah.
especially like an
Didn't
old
we
school
lose a
one
Rothschild this week? Didn't we lose a Rothschild this week?
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
Like
know
right
that.
before the United guy.
lose is an interesting
Yeah.
word to describe.
Please imagine me saying lose with the biggest air quotes I can
I
manage.
know.
Yeah.
What a loss.
What
We
a
lost
loss.
him.
I'm just kidding.
R.I.P.
It's still a person. It's still a
Terrible.
person. Whatever.
Someone in the chat is saying, what do you think about hashtag hot assassin being tagged regarding the United Health CEO unaliving? I think it's
He's hot.
I mean, come on.
He's so hot. I will say,
They did
as soon here's the thing, like as soon as they started saying like, oh, well, not they, because I pointed out, like, because a lot of people were saying like, it's not the same guy. It's not the same guy. I don't know for a fact if it's the same guy or not. I will say what's interesting is the NYPD referred to the guy whose face we see as a person of interest, while they refer to the masked guy as the suspect, right? So that is interesting because that kind of suggests that they are not 100% on the confirmed ID. And I was like thinking about that, and I was like, as soon as you say the guy in the smiling photos isn't the guy, he becomes a little less hot.
This is what yes. People think that showing that beautiful smiling man at the hostel or whatever was going to get me to think he was hot. I thought he was hot at 7 a.m. before we found that he even took the time to poetically inscribe things on casings.
We didn't find that out
man
later,
was
though.
hot.
I did too. Someone said like, oh, he's hot. He had nice hands. I'm just going to say that. We saw his hands on something.
Precision. That's a man who can plan a date.
The way he stands there, oh my God. Yeah, he is a man who can plan a date. That's a great point. Yeah.
I bet he writes beautiful poetry outside of shell casings.
Yeah. God, I'm going to be so disappointed if it turns out he's like MAGA or some shit, Yeah,
and to anyone saying like, how can you be saying so? Didn't people do this to like Casey Anthony or something when she had her mugshot take? I don't remember, but awful people can be hot.
Yeah. Well, people have been upset, but also like
Bundy was famously very hot at the time.
Yeah. But also like the guy he unalived was like Ted Bundy times a million.
Oh my God. Well, yeah.
So,
But I don't want
He's
to
based-
where that's.
Yeah.
I would like to. I know that might happen in because it happened a lot in the '60s and '70s in this turn like that era of upheaval. So I know it might happen, but I would love a world where we hold those people accountable, not through vigilantism, but.
This is what I'm thinking.
I like the idea
even
of the
if
billionaires being scared finally. I'll just say that.
yes, even if it is MAGA,
that's exciting.
It helped Blue Cross Blue Shield immediately reverse that abhorrent anesthesia clause. So they that same day released the clause in all coverage in Connecticut, I think New York and Missouri for Blue Cross Blue Shield, that they weren't going to cover anesthesia if it went over a specific surgery time.
Yeah,
And
I
the
also made a TikTok about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has been, they rolled it back in Connecticut and New York, not Missouri yet, it seems. So, I actually saw confirmation. Yeah, right? I saw confirmation. I saw them say, I saw explicitly that it would be rolled back in Connecticut. I know that New York, Hochul said that we're going to not let this happen. So I assume, if they are going to put up a fight, they will maybe roll it back there. Missouri, though, however, someone said that it had been rolled back just in Connecticut and New York. I haven't seen if it's been rolled back in Missouri.
I don't remember where I saw this. It's a little bit of, I guess it's humorous. It is humorous. But it's also, I don't know, poetically humorous is maybe the way. But he was apparently on his way into the building for a meeting. Like he was getting there early to prepare. Mm-hmm. And they still held that shareholder meeting on time. Like, dang, man. They didn't even cancel.
Yeah. They didn't, yeah.
I mean, if people
They
needed
probably had crime scene tape in the sidewalk in front of the building, and like the shareholders just like walked past the crime scene tape, went inside and held their meeting on time.
Yeah, there was like an early joke that was like, careful, someone kicked a shell casing on their way into the building to have that shareholder meeting.
Yeah.
No, Amanda, they canceled once they were in. They were like in the building. So they didn't cancel it beforehand or anything. Like people were in the meeting when they got like, so it was multiple meetings or something, I believe. It was supposed to be multiple meetings throughout the day. It was an investor sort of conference thing, I believe. Yeah. And yeah, multiple. I know Amanda, I'm not disagreeing with you. I know that they canceled it, but there were people already inside the building for the meeting, sitting down for it.
So the meeting was set to start at 8, I believe, and he had been going there early. And the meeting started on time and then was canceled during the meeting when people started receiving notifications on their phones.
Yes.
But also while those people were saying, maybe this looks bad, right? I mean,
yeah,
maybe we shouldn't be holding this meeting right now. Or are you saying that they didn't
Amanda,
know?
I assume you and I know the same way.
They were getting the news on their phones while in the meeting, being like, "Where is our CEO? Why isn't he here?" Is that what happened? I don't know.
I think it's, whatever happens. Like, people get into car accidents on their way to meetings happen, and then they find out that someone is missing and was in an accident. Like, whatever. But I think optically, this is the best example we've seen of how corporations operate. They will step on people to get to the end goal all the time. And so we're looking at this from like a poetic justice sort of way, or maybe like helping regular normies who do not understand how capitalism works to say like they're willing to continue operating business as usual even when their CEO gets murked.
Right.
That shows you how much they care about you.
Oh, because Kara's suggesting that she works basically for United Health, probably.
Okay.
I mean, Kara, if you put it that way, you're gonna make it pretty fucking clear. Unfortunately, we'll see. Okay, well, if you're a grunt worker, no one cares.
I don't
no
even.
one gives a shit.
And if you were,
no one's coming after you, girl.
If you were a shareholder, I would say to you right now, like, hey, can we all do better? I wouldn't come after you, in that way. So.
Yeah. Also, to be clear, I have a family member who was a lawyer for an insurance company. Literally denying. I've been debating whether I can make a TikTok about this, or I'll probably get in trouble with my family. But he was an insurance, I don't know if technically the term is adjuster. Whatever. He was a lawyer. His job was to basically argue to deny claims. And then he retired. And then he came out of retirement. Get this. This just illustrates exactly the level of morals in this industry. Because his buddy needed help with a project. And so now he has stepped out of retirement just for fun, not because he needs the money, just literally for fun, to help decrease claims and payouts against the Catholic Church. So, for the insurance company, let's say, the insurance company that is making the payouts for the Catholic Church. So
that is so crazy.
Yeah. Literally, that's the kind of people who do that. Technically, it's an insurance company, right? If the insurance company is held liable and they have to make the payouts for the Catholic Church, that's the fucking job. I get it, to a certain extent. If you're an insurance company, yeah, you should be forced to pay out, stuff like that.
Well, yeah, churches and organizations like that have insurance companies. Sure. I think the crazy part about it is that the Catholic Church is insured for SA claims.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part. Because my dad was a minister. Like, they have a building. They run it's like a nonprofit. They have insurance for if somebody is running in the courtyard and they break their leg. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, it's normal for churches to have insurance. But I don't, the what the Catholic Church is paying out through their insurance is the scary part.
Right.
I mean,
well,
not scary. We all know it. It's
they are, and to be clear, they are the SA claims. He is negotiating with the victims how much their payout should be based on how badly their situation is.
That's the only thing the church is paying out is SA claims.
The church isn't the crazy thing is that the church isn't paying it out. Their insurance company is, which is what's super fucked up, And I will say, yes, the insurance company should pay. Like, insurance companies should pay out all this stuff. I hope that this means that no one will ever insure the Catholic Church ever again for anything like this. You know what I mean? And the insurance company tried to argue that it shouldn't be on them because it was like caused, at least in part, by negligence, because they kept like moving victims around and stuff. But I guess they lost that, whatever. But the point is, yes, you should have insurance. Insurance should pay out if it's for something that you pay them to cover. But health insurance aside, the whole point is also like insurance companies can refuse to insure you if all you do is destroy shit and make them pay out a bunch of stuff.
Right. Hey, Brenna, a little bit of a mod thing going on. There are two requests, and I know that you don't like me or other mods bringing people up without you looking. So
no, it's fine. Yeah, we can do. Yeah, let's bring one up at a time. I'm not trying to get into like some bullshit MAGA thing. Like we're talking mostly.
Oh, I guess they. Oh, here we go. I'll accept this person's been waiting the longest.
Okay. Oh, did they change it now? Did they say who's been waiting the longest?
What's up?
No, I just saw Proxy before I saw Brian.
Okay. What's up, Brenna? I was just looking
Brian,
at.
You're next.
Oh, my bad.
You're good.
Go for it.
Just letting Brian know to hang if he wants to come up.
What's up?
Oh. I was just checking out Donald Trump Jr. on X, and he's like, "We need to find this guy." I'm like, dude, this is exactly. Didn't he do what your dad bragged that he could do? Didn't he do exactly what your dad said he could do?
Literally.
And
although technically, I'm gonna be precise here. Technically, Trump bragged about doing it on 5th Ave, and he did it right on the corner, right by 6th Ave.
He did.
So,
he did get the Midtown part, though.
He did get Midtown. Yeah.
Then he went to Central Park.
I know, yeah.
And then also, I think he should be more concerned about the Epstein client list and who employed Epstein than...
There's a hell of a lot more things to be concerned about.
Yeah, he's so tone deaf on this. I think that's going to backfire pretty bad, bite him in the ass.
He went to Central Park. Did he stage it as a bicycle accident?
with a bear carcass?
Yeah.
No.
He dropped it right in front of his car and was like, "Here you go."
And he was at Central Park getting coffee. Yeah, he went to Starbucks first. That's the one, Oh God.
Yeah, well, I haven't had insurance. I haven't been to a doctor since I was like 26. Mm-hmm. And honestly, like for real, I think that I'd do a better job taking care of myself than the doctors ever have. I've been lucky. I haven't been like, major accidents, anything crazy like that. Yeah. But just general health care, and even like some cancer scares and stuff like that, I think I've handled better on my own than potentially the doctors would have. And they're so expensive. I'm just gonna fact check you right here. We do not condone the suggestion that you can cure cancer. Just you can sure as hell mitigate it on your own. I'll say that. There's a lot of things you can do to mitigate it on your own.
All right.
There's nothing anti-scientific about that.
Mitigate it, sure. Don't inhale, carcinogenic things. Wear sunscreen. Mitigate it, sure. Like, take preventative measures, sure. Yeah. You're not gonna
sunscreen thing. You might want to check on the sunscreen thing.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you. You're just here to spread. I know what you're referring to, and what you're talking about is bullshit. But sure, go ahead. Don't wear sunscreen. Don't do it.
No amount of colloidal silver is going to help me cure cancer. It is going to turn me blue and possibly unalive me. But also, it's super ableist to say that because you've experienced luck, as you said, you haven't had a major accident. You haven't needed health insurance, that you've done a good job on your own mitigating whatever may come up. That doesn't take away from the fact that Millions and millions of Americans rely on healthcare.
Sorry, I just want to say, watch Joe Dispenza. We can literally heal ourselves. Okay, you should do that. I'm gonna stop. Here's the thing. I'm gonna stop trying to help these people save themselves from themselves. I don't care. You should do that. You should, in fact, heal yourself, and you should also drink your raw milk as much as you want.
I have to point out, and this is just me, but that CEO is a person with a family, and he was lost suddenly, which is horrific for that family. They didn't have the luxury of a slow unaliving with health insurance fights and claims, and they didn't have that luxury of having to fight tooth and nail with health insurance companies with a slow, long unaliving.
Yeah, you're right. If only they'd gotten to battle cancer, like watch him battle cancer, while themselves worrying about who's going to pay for it the whole time. If only they had gotten to do that, at least they would have had more time spent with him and to not enjoy.
How else is a cancer patient supposed to truly value life if they don't have to claw with health insurance companies to get a PET scan? That's what gives them the joy of living. That's what helps them fight the cancer, actually. It's proven.
That's what gives them the joy of living. Yeah. Wait, so someone asked me, is the meeting to ban TikTok today? It is not a meeting. There was a ruling. Judges ruled. Maybe I got to change this like scroll and text thing to be specified. Judges rule. Judges rule against.
Oh, you look it up. I have to hop. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming up. Please.
Thanks, Theory Thought.
Please join us again, and please find me elsewhere. Just a reminder, please find me elsewhere.
Brian King's box is like. Brian, are you here? I guess not.
Ban Upheld. There we go.
Brian, if you're still trying to come up, you can re-request. I don't know if that was like a glitch or something.
How's that?
For me, it's hard to read from the text, the scroll. But I don't know if putting it like above like your forehead would be better.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because that's where the comments and then also the guests are. So there's like not a lot of space on my phone. I know that every phone looks different, and that's what makes it hard.
All right, let's see.
But since it's a scrolling thing, I think put it. Can you put it lower than that?
This?
Like, yeah, like, so maybe like at the top of your hairline, or like a little bit below the top of your head. Because right now, that's a little bit better if you can go slightly farther. I know it'll cut into your head, but it's being cut off by like graphics about like stars and.
How's this?
I guess that's better. There's nowhere that was slightly lower than the last place. Like you can only pick certain areas.
No, I can do it. I'm also. The problem is because I'm on this fancy camera. It's like. Actually, wait. I can. You know what I can do? I can do this, and I can just move everything down like that.
I think that's pretty good. Yeah, that's perfect. At least on my screen, that's right below all the Live Fest graphics and stuff.
Okay.
And then we can see.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's.
And can you guys see my? Here, can you guys find? I'm on all of them except for Twitter. So I'm also on Threads. I'm also on Clapper, and yeah, I'm on all of them except for Twitter. If you look up perezbrenna, that's me on all of them except YouTube is like different.
Okay, cool. Everyone says they see it. Good.
Cool. Thank you. Clapper's like a new one that's trying to basically take TikTok's place.
Somebody was telling me about.
I'm on Blue Sky.
fan base,
I haven't heard of that
which
one.
is a new one. And it seemed to me when I looked at the account to be like all the social media combined, which is to say that there's like Twitter type posts
Mm-hmm.
and videos like TikTok and live videos like TikTok,
Mm-hmm.
but also audio only rooms like Clubhouse. And you can post pictures like Instagram. Like it was like trying to be
Interesting.
all of them.
Huh.
It's called
Interesting.
fan base.
Fan
But
base.
that
Okay.
I don't like the idea. I've never liked the idea, you know, um, I don't know, like I guess when around the time that TikTok came out, all social media apps changed the way they even describe themselves. It used to be social networking apps. Like even the Facebook movie was called The Social Network,
Mm-hmm.
and that was more about like meeting people.
Mm-hmm.
And then when TikTok came out, they started to call themselves social media, which is to say that like everybody now is like our own TV channel, which is kind of what we're doing right now. But I still try to keep the mindset that I'm just like talking to a friend when I'm in lives like this, and not like
Yeah.
I'm on a podcast or something. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I don't like the idea that it's called fan base, as if like everyone's gonna have a fan base. Like I
Right.
don't
Right.
you know.
Yeah. I will say that's like.
Ooh, somebody said you look like Dakota Johnson. I don't know who that
Yeah.
is, but
She's that girl in. I don't know. She's a nepo baby.
is she the one in the that Spider Woman movie?
Maybe. Oh, fam base.
Madam Web.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I could see it. Yeah.
Ay ay ay.
Speaking of nepo babies, no, as usual,
Oh,
same with
thank
the
you,
Me
Jimmy.
Too movement. Composers are flying under the radar with this nepo baby stuff, and I think he's a great composer, but I don't think that Michael Giacchino's son has worked the way up the ranks. He like is suddenly scoring like Star Wars TV shows because he like helped worked on his dad's movies sometimes. But yeah, just like the Me Too movement, film composers kind of slid under the radar for that too. They are sliding under the radar for this nepo babies criticism.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at responses on this as well.
And by the way, like just for my own clarification, like I think that Mick Giacchino is very talented and probably would be extremely successful without his dad's help. You know, and
Mm-hmm.
maybe he's not getting as much of his dad's help as it seems to me. But like if you go on his IMDb, like he has some credits from like Super 8, and he must have been like 10 years old at that point. You know, he like has like additional music credits from stuff that he must have been like 10 years old for. So
I mean, that might be like he played something like, I don't know. Make Clapper not
yeah,
boring.
yeah.
Well, you need more users on Clapper for it to be less boring. I'm on Clapper. I've only posted once on there, but I'll post my like Ban Upheld. Sorry, I'm just posting everything. I fucking rushed home today and I like filmed something as quickly as fucking possible before going live, and I didn't post it on all my fucking, because I have to post it on all the apps, when there was no guest. Okay. I did it because it wasn't working for everyone there. It was like not in the right spot. I also got to make sure my fucking.
I think it's just hard to read either the chat and the banner when they're both like,
Yeah.
This is a little cleaner. And then when you have guests up here, like when you have especially more than one, it was like limiting a smaller part of the screen that could be read.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a good move.
Okay.
TikTok is likely going to be banned, Jen. That's
Yeah.
what we're talking about. Yes, I have a job.
Right now, this is kind of my job. I'm a filmmaker. I'm a freelance filmmaker. The film industry has not been great for people like me. I just heard from someone yesterday that apparently, at least in Europe, they are expecting the film industry to be even worse in 2025. So, I don't know what the fuck is next for me. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
thank you,
it's
Hoff.
not going to be. It's not exciting. We are not. I mean, obviously, America has a lot more pressing issues to legislate and get through, but still aside, poor filmmakers, poor Hollywood, we have not kept up laws with the growth, the boom in technology. We're still like streaming in terms of royalties. Like we're still considering. There was a bill passed called the Music Modernization Act, which was good for music a little bit, and it was like a small step in the right direction, but we need so much more. They still consider the reason that like actors and composers and people who work in film and TV, we get royalties based on broadcast, based on Nielsen ratings, based on how many people are typically watched during the hours that our programs air on television, based on how many people it typically would be viewing it at that time. For streaming apps, there's no way it's not considered a broadcast the same way a show playing on NBC is considered. And it's through a loophole that is similar. Like the best way I can describe it is like, it's like when you buy a DVD, you're buying the DVD for $20 and you can have as many people over to your house and watch it and not pay. You don't have to pay Universal to like have people come watch the movie that you bought, because when you buy that DVD, you're buying an individual peer-to-peer license to show home, unpaid viewings of that DVD. Netflix is considered a peer-to-peer, as if you're bringing your friend over to your house, screening. So Netflix pays the license for a small amount for however many years or months to share, to show the movie, and then it considers your computer or your ISP, your home, Apple TV box or your Netflix account on your smart TV, connecting to the Netflix server as a one-to-one peer-to-peer viewing of that license. And that's why people in the film industry don't get royalties based on when they act in a movie that's on Netflix, because it's not considered a broadcast legally. And that is closing that simple loophole would help millions of people. Like royalties for people who are successful or even just have like small successes in the film and TV industry, royalties for composers and actors and writers, that could potentially be our retirement plans. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy who wrote the music for Family Guy gets hundreds of thousands of dollars because it plays on loop on TBS every day. So he's retiring on Family Guy, basically.
Yeah, syndicated
Anyways.
shows are the big ones.
Yeah, he gets $400,000 a year from Family Guy reruns. So, anyways, that's my little rant. We're in trouble because people aren't going to theaters, people aren't buying cable, and we're not updating. These companies are getting away with just hoarding all the money that normally would go out to the people who create things.
Yeah.
And if you starve out the people who create the things, we're not going to have the things anymore.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just like updating.
Jen, they get
nowadays.
paid. They get paid for the acting, and there is at least I can speak from the music side. Like there are some royalties for streaming. Like I have a couple of movies on Peacock right now, and those that royalty revenue will probably start coming in the next couple of years because for composers at least it's delayed by like 1 or 2 years. But the streaming royalties are nowhere near the cable royalties. Like I have a movie that plays occasionally on Lifetime that I scored, and those royalties far outweigh the the streaming royalties, even though the movies that I have on Peacock are way more popular and notable and known by millions of people, etc. The Lifetime show that barely anybody, Lifetime movie that barely anybody knows about, pays me far more in royalties than the streaming ones.
God, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Max NYC says nobody likes today's movies. Don't Hollywood people get that? I think the problem with today's, I think there's a big problem. There was a recent, like, I think it was like the Hollywood Reporter or something, but like it was a big report
Oh, you just
recently,
got
like the change out.
some weird audio thing happened for a sec. You're fine. Sorry. Go ahead.
The change out in Hollywood like isn't happening like it used to. Like boomers aren't retiring, and they're not passing on opportunities to younger filmmakers.
I don't
And
know
they're
that
also
it's that simple.
a result of that is that they're less risk adverse. So you can make the comparison to like the way that Steven Spielberg, Francis Ford Coppola, George Lucas, um, who else was friends? Ron Howard, all those younger people in the late 70s and mid 80s up through the 90s were given opportunities to make big, good, bold, big budget movies that took risks. I mean, Jaws like really stressed people out. Star Wars really stressed out the studio, 20th Century Fox. Like it was a big risk. They were given millions of dollars to make these huge movies that were really a total risk. Hollywood now is older and less risk adverse, and younger filmmakers are the ones who are more prone to make like risky narrative choices and new ideas that aren't tested. You know what I mean? So if you can look that up, if you're really interested and you're not just saying like go woke, go broke. If you're really interested in like what's going on in Hollywood and not just saying that it's woke, that article by I think the Hollywood Reporter had a pretty good explanation in terms of how Hollywood isn't giving the opportunities it used to give to young filmmakers anymore.
Mm.
And
I
I'm
mean,
not even
also,
saying like young as in 20s. I'm saying like 30s and 40s. We just had Gladiator 2. Ridley Scott is like 78 years old. Why couldn't he have had someone young direct that? Or you know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm. That's interesting. Sorry, I know it's frozen for a second. I'm trying to do this screenshot thing. Okay, there we go. That is interesting. I do wonder. Social info 2. Let me do that.
Jen is asking if there's a streaming service that's better than others. And I only know about, I mean, I don't only know, but my expertise is music. Apple Music pays the most per stream to artists out of the major streaming apps. Second, I think, is YouTube Music, and Spotify is dead last. So it's like, I think it's Apple, YouTube, Amazon, and then Spotify. Spotify even has stopped paying royalties to artists whose music does not get 1,000 streams per month or something like that. So Spotify is really awful. They just recently like announced when they announced that and they implemented that no royalties for streams that are less than 1,000 per month or something.
That's crazy.
When they announced that, their next shareholder meeting, they made like, I don't know, fucking millions more. They like announced this like amazing increase in revenue, and it's like, well, yeah, because you're no longer paying people for their streams unless they get more than 1,000 in a month or whatever, you know. So yeah, Spotify's the absolute worst for music. Apple Music pays the most percentage. Still not great. I got 3 million streams this year, and that equated since May, by the way. It could be just total for a year. I got just about 3 million streams on my music this year, and it made me $650.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm really concerned. I mean, I will say like the issue, the social stuff is similar, right? And that's why people are really, I mean, the part of the reason you guys like, and not just you guys, but like everyone likes TikTok as much as they do is like, I think obviously the algorithm is great and stuff, but also like you have, because TikTok is like reward creators for creating content, like it's got a better algorithm than YouTube, right? Like YouTube technically I think pays better. Technically, that's what I'm told. But how legible is that? Sorry.
How legible is what?
The new socials thing up here.
For me, there's like it just came up and it said so and so just gave TikTok universe to blah blah blah,
Oh, you
and then
can't even
there's something
see
that
my actual.
there's something that says chat and interview, and then daily ranking, and then explore, and that's like right on the banner for where it says perezbrenna.
Yeah, so I'm saying, can you read the perezbrenna thing? That
No.
banner? No.
No, because there's like text for me.
Yeah.
There's text to overlay, but I also know in the comments, it looks your TikTok live looks different to guests, like in the panel.
Oh, that's right.
Than it does
that's
to
right.
people
Let me
out. So
join
I don't take
as my
yeah.
my phone or whatever. Okay, you guys can see it. Okay, cool. Can I put it if I put it up a little, if I put it back up to the top?
Daniel says it's under a lot of buttons.
It's under a lot of buttons.
Can you put it under the like the scroll?
Under the scroll. Yeah, but I'm trying to like not just put everything like mid-face.
Yeah.
It needs to go down a little.
All these buttons that I never even look at. Like I never touch league, whatever this is saying, like league daily ranking. Like who cares?
How's that?
Or the live fest. It's kind of covered by, for me, this little star things. Is that your gift goal or something?
Yeah, probably. That's the other thing too. It's crazy because like, yeah, they put so much on screen, so and it's like distracting. But at the same time, like I also wish that they would make things like the gift goal a little bit more obvious, or like just be a little bit better at like reminding people like, hey, there's like you can like gift and you know, because I hate being like, hey guys, you can gift whatever.
Yeah.
Oh,
they should
sorry,
make
Soldier
it
of
custom.
Plenty. I'm sorry, Soldier of Plenty on YouTube. I didn't get my multi-chat running. Sorry, guys. And everything's
time to get a real job.
Russian.
We have real jobs. This like, what do you mean real job, Punky? What's a real job?
So here's the thing, Punky. I am a filmmaker. We're both filmmakers. We both work in the film industry. So technically, like, yeah, and the film industry has been in rough shape in this past year. But technically, I have a degree and I have a very expensive training in doing this, making TikToks, making videos for you. That is what I went to college for, technically. Now, technically, obviously, my training is in like a whole different approach instead of, you know, like requirements and da-da-da. And Andrew is a composer. He is a composer for film and TV. The film industry, like I started to say, is in rough shape. It has been in rough shape. I'm currently hearing that people are worried that it's going to get even worse in 2025. For me, my career has absolutely suffered with all the slowdowns. And TikTok has become, yeah, in many ways it is kind of supplanted, if not in some ways replaced that like my career that I very much like love and got a degree for and am good at. And it's also part of it, right? Like TikTok, the reason I'm on TikTok is because I was told repeatedly, like, I need a following to get some of my stuff made, to get people, you know, because I was popping off before the pandemic. Long story short, pandemic wiped out a bunch of like smaller scale stuff. And so I was basically, it was suggested to me, like, get online, start making content online, get yourself a following so that you have more cachet when you get into those like meetings and stuff, right? That they have to like, because now they are focusing more on who has a following, all this stuff. So the TikTok ban doesn't just affect, yes, my ability to pay bills and stuff, but it also affects my career. I have gotten work because of my experience and my like following on TikTok in the film industry. This is a part of my real job. And also, like, you enjoy the content on here. You would not be on here if you did not get some value from it. Yeah, a lot of it's brain rot, whatever. Value is subjective. A lot of people say that about movies, TV, right? You can say it doesn't add value. You can say it's bad. You can say whatever the fuck you want. However, it adds value in that it is a product that people enjoy. And so I'm on here. I get rewarded for creating product content that someone enjoys on here. You don't have to enjoy it. But I am creating value by being on here. Just like if I were out there like making fucking movies, if people were going to the movies and sitting down and watching those movies, that would be something of value. Is it inherently like a tangible, I mean, it is very tangible because you can see it. You can't hold it in your hand, right? But is it an inherently like useful, a utilitarian product, No. But there's several industries based on this. I've also produced a lot of commercials and music videos and like, you know, documentary stuff. Like fuck commercials, fuck corporations for making commercials, all that stuff I'm
going to push back on you, Brenna, because I think what you do is valuable in terms of like people are turning away from mainstream news sources and they're coming to social media apps. And so the need for people like you who are still going to, you know, your slogan is we fact check here. I think that's incredibly important as people start getting their news from TikTok, Twitter, social media apps, whatever else the next one is going to be. People like you who are, you know, still care about being factual, even when it hurts, you know, you've corrected me when I've said things, you know, and we're on the same political spectrum, right? I mean, so that's important. So I don't want you to discredit what you do just because it's on TikTok.
Well, thank you. But I also, the reason I say it this way, like, you can, because I have fallen into this realm, right, where yes, we fact check here, you know, live streaming stuff, but I also want to leave room for not just my content that is less like fact checky newsy and stuff, but also for every other creator on here that's making, you know, brain rot or whatever. Like, it doesn't have to serve a utilitarian purpose for it to have value. Okay, like we are on here, same as like TV shows, right? Like you can turn on a TV show, you can put on a Marvel movie, say, right? It is not inherently providing you with accurate information or news. It is not something that is inherently like got this like, you know, this clearly tangible value outside of its entertainment. But entertainment itself is valuable. It is valuable. Like if you're
Have you heard? Yeah. Sorry. Have you heard Ethan Hawke that he was doing an interview and they've clipped this and it's gone around social media? But Ethan Hawke says like, you know, art in general. I mean, he's talking a little bit more lofty than Marvel movies, but it still applies to Marvel movies in terms of feeding the soul or being entertainment. He's saying like art, when you don't need it, art seems like frivolous. It seems like luxurious, like reading poetry. Seems like it has no value to society until you experience a loss that you can't fathom. And you are searching for other human beings who have also experienced that loss and can speak to the pain you're feeling. And then you find poetry that nourishes your soul in a way that, and then art becomes nourishment. It's not just something that you do for fun or that for enjoyment. It feeds our being, like being human. So I don't know. He says it more eloquently than I am right now, but it's a really good clip if you can find it. Next time I come across it, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Because it's really sweet. I mean,
wait, sorry.
talk
I want to
about
address
like top
some comments.
10 dinner guests.
I do want to address.
Ethan Hawke would be my top 10 dinner guests. Go ahead.
Like him. I do want to address. So Max is saying, "Oh yes, but you ignore some facts, just like MSN Anchor." Okay, but you understand that even if that were true, right? Like even if he ignores some facts or he doesn't say like no one person. Firstly, we fact check here. We fact check here,
Max
so we
we
present real facts. I also but I want to be very fucking clear. No single person is going to be able to sit and recite every single fact in the universe. Okay, and we do not spread. We fact check ourselves on here constantly. You know what I mean? Like if we do try to be as factual as possible. We also have opinions, and sorry, I know some of you guys don't agree with our opinions. I don't care. We should be allowed to express our opinions, just like you are allowed to express yours. But like, okay, you say sometimes we ignore ignore facts. Like that can mean like not state every single fact. Like you want me to sit up here and to say every single good thing that Trump has ever done because you're mad that I'm criticizing actions that he's taking that are harmful, and you want me to also just balance that out. I guess you want me to say all the things that he's done that you like. That's not the same as like ignoring facts, but you know what? Like you are saying that we're doing what mainstream media does by not sitting here like talking about how amazing he is every moment of the day. But the reason you have access to any information outside of mainstream media is because of exactly what Andrew and I are talking about right now, right? And it's exactly why even you should not be welcoming a TikTok ban. The only fucking reason you have access to any sort of information that is not presented by mainstream fucking like TV, like I know that there's a lot of people on the internet right now who do not remember a time before the internet was capable of handling this level of exchange of information, right? I mean, the internet has always, yes, been able to handle exchange of information, but like YouTube was created during our lifetime. I remember a time before YouTube. I remember the early days of YouTube. It took hours to upload a clip that was like a minute long, right? Hours, okay? And it was not used in the way that it is now. If you wanted to watch news, it had to be on TV. And it had to be a network channel unless you had enough money to like, and it was worth the expense to pay for cable to get a couple extra, still mainstream channel news, okay? Even like news websites online had to be mainstream news websites. All of this stuff, like individuals having platforms started with individual blogs, guys. Like that is like the era, the fucking development we have gone towards. You can sit here and you can talk about how TikTokers, content creators like should get a real job and stuff. This is a real job. This is a real job, whether you disagree with what we're saying or not. And like, you don't have to watch us specifically. And even if we're not talking about news, right? We're just talking about content. And this is something that I was really excited about as a filmmaker coming up in this era where internet was becoming more and more useful as a tool for like hosting actual content. I was excited because, and what I constantly said was the internet is providing this democratization of creation, of voices. Like all of a sudden you didn't have to be in Hollywood in order to put together like a creative video and have other people outside of your immediate family see it. All of a sudden You didn't have to be working in a fucking newsroom, which, by the way, has historically been owned by and controlled by and filled with, you know, straight white men, cis het white men of a certain class historically, and still are. Like, you could be someone not of that group, and you could write it out and you could put it online, and especially with social media, you could be connected with other people, and other people could have access to your words, even if they did not know you because they were born next door to you. It has created this democratization of voices and information and creativity. So yeah, telling me to get a real fucking job. This is the job. This is the job. It's just in another fucking medium and format and platform. If you hate mainstream media all this fucking much, you should not be like gleeful about this. If you hate mainstream media, which everyone does on some level, I think, you should not be happy about this. You should be very, very upset. Oh, I agree. Laws on data brokers. Listen, yes, let us pass data privacy laws for sure. That's a thing. You know, I am so fucking behind data privacy laws. Absolutely. Because here's the thing, like, I don't disagree that, you know, TikTok and its owners, including, you know, China, like, having access to all my data is a bad. I agree. We need stricter data privacy laws in this country, for fucking sure. Because I also don't trust Facebook, Meta. I don't trust Google either. And I'm going to point out once again, and I've said this before, but I don't think we've talked about it in this live stream. What's crazy to me is acting as though China somehow is a bigger, now it's all coming to head, right? Now I'm going to say this and people are going to be like, well, that's obvious. But I've been saying this for months and I'm just getting proven right. That's why I'm smiling. To me, it's almost worse that American billionaires control yet another platform than China, right? Like, I don't, sure, even worst case scenario, China is using a platform to, like, you know, just like change the narrative a little bit, you know, whatever, like using the algorithm to like promote whatever the fuck it wants to do and stuff. Sure, you know, absolutely possible, right? I don't know why it's better for an American billionaire to have that power, to be the one doing that, right? I don't know why. Like, we've seen what their interests are. And Jeff Bezos doing the whole like Washington Post thing, classic fucking example. Proved me right just with that. The billionaire with the LA paper, same fucking thing. The billionaires falling in line right now. Elon Musk with Twitter. I don't see how it's better for yet another billionaire in the United States of a fucking America, yes, to be the one that gets to use the platform to promote their vested interests. Because they're not outlawing weighted algorithms. They're not outlawing anything. They're not outlawing the data usage. They're not outlawing the, you know, topics weighting and whatnot. No. None of that. That is all perfectly legal in this country and will be. They just want it in the hands of an American billionaire. And I don't see how that's better. China doesn't give a shit if I am poor or you are. China doesn't give a fuck. Okay? They don't care. Billionaires give a fuck. Billionaires care if, in fact, you know what's funny too? Also, China doesn't give a fuck if we have labor protections in this country. In fact, I would guarantee that they actually benefit if we have labor protections in this country, because then we import cheap goods from other countries like China to compete with like American made products. But billionaires heavily benefit if you have fewer worker protections. Absolutely heavily benefit from you having fewer worker protections in this country. You know. It's just ridiculous. Sorry, I went on a fucking rant. I'm annoyed. Whoops.
Max is still talking in the comments a little bit about. I mean, Max, you can come up and Max NYC, you can come up and talk about it if you really uh, want to have the conversation about how it's not woke that's destroying Hollywood. It's like I said, it's the not passing on the ranks, like the older people who are still clinging to control of what's being made in Hollywood, what's getting the green light. That's why we have so many sequels and reboots, and they go, what can we do? What can we reboot? Oh, it's let's do Shaft, but with a woman. Like it's because that's like a safe bet to them. They're risk adverse right now. Hollywood is risk averse.
Also, user, TikTok was cool until liberals came along and spread your hate for Trump. Okay, so you don't believe in free speech, user. Got it. Okay. Just wait until the billionaire that owns, or the billionaires that own all of these things decide that Trump is in their way. Just wait for that. You're right. You wanna undo all the free speech protection. Or you don't believe in free speech. Firstly, free speech doesn't protect like private companies from, or it doesn't protect you from private companies like banning like you or censoring you, to be clear. But you saying that the problem with TikTok is that like liberals have a voice here, which by the way, the data shows otherwise. And also all the fucking conservative people that you no doubt follow and like have come out publicly and said as much. They said that they've figured out, started using TikTok more and more, and that it helped them get Trump elected. So you're wrong, firstly. And secondly, like, okay, so you can't handle free speech? All right.
I mean, that's the thing. You can go on
January
you can
19th,
find
man.
these like liberal, quote unquote, liberal lives that are being extremely cautious with the words they use because they get flagged.
So,
And then you can go to conservative live. Like I have been in a conservative live where the host literally said, "Oh yeah, you can say the names of the pew pew. You can say pew pew without pew. You can say GUNS. Totally fine because I have a TikTok person and they'll appeal it and it's totally fine. I've been in lives where like all the words that liberal lives have to like censor because we'll get flagged, they can just say it. They can totally
that's
just
crazy.
say it.
That is crazy. Also, and someone said in here, oh, Trump said he would overturn it. So thank you for showing, Big, that people who voted for that man don't know how anything fucking works. He cannot overturn a judicial decision. That is not how the country works. Now, you saying he'll figure out a way to do it, you're basically, once again, just saying that you want fucking a dictator who will break the entire system, just go against the system and be like, okay, I can overrule the courts. That's not how this country works. We're not talking about that. Skadoosh.
Skadoosh, we're not talking about it. But also, welcome to being, the party in power. Now you're going to have to defend all the shitty things he does. Like,
yeah,
we're not getting over it. It's time for us to, whatever. No one's getting over it. That's not how the government works. Did you guys just get over Biden winning?
That's crazy, Daisy.
4 years ago? No.
Yeah.
So by the way, that's a healthy fucking democracy.
Yeah.
We don't just get over it. The opposing party doesn't just get over it.
Yeah, it's serious. I mean, I find it's deeply ironic, of course, that these people who have been whining about something for 4 fucking years. Yeah. Also, 2 of the 3 judges that upheld the ban today are Trump appointees. Also, he said that in large part because he wanted to get elected by people who didn't know how laws work in this country. So, I mean, I don't think he gives as much of a shit. He might try to get it overturned if like someone really, really convinces him that it's for the best. But also, like, he's buddies with all the billionaires that own its competing products. So, you know what I mean? Like, is it really? Are they really gonna who's gonna convince him to not overturn it? Like, there's one guy, Yas, who's an American billionaire who spoke to him and basically like convinced him to say like he wasn't gonna ban it. But that's one billionaire against several that have a vested interest in TikTok getting banned. So, he got elected already. He doesn't need to make you. He doesn't need to like keep those promises, and you guys know that because
Right.
you every time we point out that he didn't do a single fucking thing that he promised to last time around, that like was actually the like good stuff you guys said you were willing to like forego other people's rights on in exchange for. You're like, well, whatever.
Well, it's happened time and time again where he gets away with both sides of the thing. He gets to say that the border was closed, even though he didn't actually pass, and no border legislation passed in his 4 years. But in conservative brain world, the border was safe, everything was good, the economy was good, but he didn't actually like pass anything to make those things better. So he gets away with not doing the thing, but getting credit for doing the thing. So he'll get away with saying, "Well, I didn't want to ban it, but it was banned," and he won't get, it won't be his fault that it was banned, and he'll be in favor of banning it, but it will still get banned, or not banning it. He will be in favor of not banning it, but it'll still get banned, and he'll get away with both sides. People who wanted it banned will praise him for banning it. People who didn't want it banned won't blame him for the ban. That's what he gets away with.
Mm-hmm. The liberal decisions continue. What are you fucking talking about? This was decided by a bunch of by a panel of 3 judges, 2 of which were Trump appointees.
Yeah. Also, it was pushed by the Republicans in the House and Senate for years.
Trump was the first guy who tried to ban it with an executive order, and it was overturned by the courts. And then Republicans have been pushing this bill for years, and then finally, they got enough Democrats to agree to basically pass it with a veto-proof majority.
Do you want to guess?
Trump has nothing to do with TikTok. What are you fucking talking about? We're just explaining exactly all the ways he does. What do I think we should about archiving necessary docs and videos? I am an archivist. I believe in archiving and saving stuff. I have a copy of all my videos. Everything I post, I have a copy of. My lives, I download most of them. It just takes a while, so I don't have all of them downloaded. And there's been chunks of time where I haven't, downloaded them and stuff. But yeah, it's about censorship. Taryn, it has plenty to do with Trump. Again, Trump is the first guy who tried to ban TikTok with an executive order in 2020. You guys like act as though you don't fucking remember, what year was it? 2018, I think, where he like tried to pass the ban and everyone was like, all the creators were like saying goodbye and like tearing up and stuff like that. What year was it? Was it 2020? Like that August?
I think it was 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like that August. It got overturned by the courts, and then Republicans started pushing the bill, and they tried to get it passed several times, but they just never had the support until Democrats joined with this whole Iz and Pal, that whole situation. They were lobbied, but it's very much coming from Republicans on this,
There was also a ton of propaganda right around that time, the media over amplifying. Do you remember how the media was talking? I'm talking TV news was making a big story out of Gen Z is sharing Osama's his letter or whatever. You know what remember that?
No, sorry, I'm half reading the
There was around the time of the that you're talking about, the is pal, and then the band, like the Dems like jumping on and voting for, the mainstream like TV news was like amplifying a very small thing that was happening on TikTok, where like Gen Z was like sharing and reading Osama bin Laden's letter
Careful
before.
With the name. Careful with the name.
I was not certain. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Anyways, they were sharing the letter around TikTok, and then like it was amplified to be like this huge big thing, and then because it was on news, then more people started searching. Like it's there's a couple of people that I followed on social media that like they cover social media exclusively, and they were talking about how the news covering this small thing on TikTok that wasn't a big thing started to turn it into a big thing, and it like fed itself, and then all of a sudden, Dems were getting on board with this, with banning this app that was dangerous and blah blah blah. Yeah. So there was a lot of propaganda going on too, and you can see like Meta, Facebook, Elon, like back then they were paying into the propaganda.
Yeah, part of the lobbying efforts, absolutely. Lo-Fi and others. You can find me. I post all my TikToks on here and I post them on most of what I can. I'm going to start also posting on Clapper. You guys, oh my God. Turning this into a Biden thing. So the way laws are written is and yeah, sure, he fucking signed it into but like don't act as though this is like Biden's fault. This is something Republicans have been working for a very long time to get done. And the way laws are written and passed is they get passed in Congress. Okay? So Republicans in Congress finally got the support they needed from Democrats to pass it with a veto-proof majority, mind you. So the reason that's important is because once it gets passed, it makes its way to the president's desk to sign it into law. I don't know what the split is, but the vast majority of the time, if a law is passed in Congress, the president will sign it into law. If the president doesn't sign it into law, it can still be passed anyway. It just gets kicked back to Congress, to the original chamber. Sorry. Sorry.
Do you want to guess? Want to guess that?
Hold on. Yeah, one sec. Even if it sorry. Even if the president vetoes it, it gets kicked back to the chamber of Congress that it like initiated in, and they can re-vote on it, and it just has to have either, is it 2/3 majority? Whatever. But so because it was originally passed with a majority, with a veto-proof majority, that just means that even if Biden hadn't signed it into law, it would have been passed anyway. So it doesn't fucking matter. Like, Biden isn't like the reason for this. And like
he signed a bill that went through Congress at a veto-proof majority, but Donald Trump, 3 years earlier, wrote an executive order, which is something that the president like actively does on their own. So Donald Trump is the one who wrote the original executive order that was overturned by SCOTUS. But Biden signed a law that was passed veto-proof majority through both houses of Congress. So if you're going to put the onus on somebody, I'd put it on the person who started this in the first place with an executive order.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing, like, yes, absolutely, right? Biden, like, fucking doesn't even fucking know what TikTok is. Granted, I'm not standing here defending Biden on this because like I love Biden or any shit like that. He has no fucking clue what the fuck TikTok is or anything like that. However, and also, fuck the Democrats who like eventually gave the Republicans like their support because of the whole is pal situation. That's what changed. Right. That's what changed the support and convinced a bunch of Dems to finally support the Republicans' bill. But like, don't blame them primarily. Like, this has been a Republican effort from the beginning. Okay, so if you're gonna like start pointing fingers, at least point the fingers at the people who have been working nonstop to make this happen for years, which is Republicans. And
Yeah, but they never got it done. They never got it done before Biden came in office. And
okay, are you not listening to how I'm explaining how? Do you know how laws are passed in this country?
Yeah, of course. But
Okay, how are they passed?
They have to go through a whole panel of people first. So I understand that.
No, be more precise.
They have to go through Congress.
Mm-hmm. So they're passed by Congress.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you not listening to what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with the fact that Biden was in power. It has entirely to do with the fact that with the Is and Pal situation that basically caused lobbying efforts to ramp up on behalf of Is that did not want people talking about the situation on this app because this app allowed people to say like more varied things. So Democrats in Congress, some of them, not all of them, basically were convinced to help to join Republicans. But Republicans this entire fucking time have been trying to get this passed. It's not, you don't get to just be like, well, it happened while Biden was like, that doesn't make it his fault. And by the way, fuck Biden, okay? Fuck Biden for sure. I don't care. Like, but don't turn this into like, oh, but it was done under Biden, therefore it's his fault. Like, that is such a gross oversimplification and complete misunderstanding of how things work in this country. It's just dishonest.
The president has a veto power, Lottie. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
But do you understand that there's something called a veto-proof majority, which means that enough people in Congress have voted for a bill that no longer can be vetoed by the president? So what could Biden have done with a veto-proof bill to stop it?
I guess he couldn't have done anything, but
Exactly.
Here's my question. Since they have been trying to get rid of, the app, I don't know if you know, the app is owned by ByteDance, which is 80%.
We know everything about this, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So it just seems like it's bigger than just what the reasoning they're giving us as to why they're trying to stop it. And
For sure.
It doesn't seem like they're trying to stop it. It just seems like they're trying to get that last 20% out of whose hands.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's clear, but they're open about that. That's not like a secret. That's not the entire point of this bill. The bill is written that basically says that they have to sell to an American buyer that like last 20% or face a ban, right, on January 19th. They have said repeatedly they're not going to sell. And a lot of people are like, they're going to sell. Personally,
it's about money.
Well, yeah, for the American government, for Republicans, it's about different things for different people, right? The large thing is, yes, in large part, it is about money. They want an American to own it. They want full control over an app that is becoming more and more popular above American apps, because American apps are just not it's simple, right? The American apps have been like at the forefront, at the top for years, and now there's like another app, and it just so happens to not be American made, that is like winning for a little bit. This, and like, to be clear, this app will probably also fall out of favor eventually too. Like, even if they were not to ban it and it was just like, it would run its course eventually. I'm very, very confident of that. In the same way that like Instagram had its moment, Facebook had its moment, MySpace had its moment. Everything kind of runs its course eventually, and something new will pop up and whatever. But it's for a lot of people, for billionaires and lobbyists, it's about money, right? For the Facebook, the Meta lobbyists, the Google lobbyists, Amazon lobbyists, because Amazon competes with TikTok Shop. All of these people, it's a clear like money thing, right? They're mad that they're losing customers and customers, people, users, which are what they sell. That data is what they sell to another app that's a lot bigger than them, right? That's what they're lobbying for. Republicans don't like it because partially because of that, because of the lobbying, but then also partially because TikTok has been more, while TikTok has a lot of like crazy like censorship stuff, it also has more, the algorithm like is so much more organic people. In a way. First, it has a lot of like young people, yes, but because until they started actually like putting their foot on the scales for right-wing content, it allowed for all sorts of content to proliferate. Like, it was not, weighted in any sort of way. So like whole different, like tons of different voices and communities could flourish on this app because, and it makes sense when you think about it, because this app has less of a vested interest in prioritizing like the goals of billionaires, right? So billionaires own every other social media site already in like the United States, and they very much benefit from certain things. Like, we all agree on that. So it makes perfect sense that large corporations and billionaires would have algorithms and things that are weighted, in certain ways that like, allow for certain voices to do better than others. They also like reward engagement in slightly different ways and like prioritize different types of engagement. This algorithm is slightly different, so it's not all rage baiting in a lot of ways. Whereas like if you go on YouTube, the most effective thing you can do to get views on YouTube is like rage bait or use like, superlatives. And that's how you get like fucking the pipelines you do on YouTube. And TikTok has just been more, because of the nature of the algorithm and because of the nature that they don't necessarily have a vested interest in like prioritizing corporate America necessarily, like more communities have been able to flourish on here. So Republicans don't fucking like that, right? They really like it when people are only communicating on like platforms that prioritize corporate needs and like their overall political aims and goals. The one thing that finally convinced some Democrats to join in Congress, to join Republicans, they say it was due to a briefing, a like, security briefing thing where they showed some classified information that like concerns them. But also publicly, it has been stated by several Republicans that like it was the is and pal thing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm referring to with those things, right? Because I don't know if you know this, but Meta and Google, YouTube have for decades, like since their creation, basically, I guess years, it's been over a decade for both, have limited exposure of pal voices. Like years ago, I remember years ago, like a full decade, there was an article about YouTube basically banning a scholar, a professor who gave a speech at a conference just about like pal identity, and they got flagged for T-ism, right? And basically banned, demonetized, whatever the fuck it was back then. And they said that it's because the platform doesn't support T-ism. Now, that's not what they were doing. They were speaking at a fucking either TED Talk, some sort of like scholarly conference. They are a professor, and they were talking about pal identity. And YouTube was like, nope, you can't do that. And Instagram, Facebook, and stuff have similarly limited voices talking about these topics for a very, very long time. Okay? Very long time. TikTok did not have those limits in place at first. And
Brenna, when you're finished, I have a little mod thing. Go ahead. Sorry.
A mod thing? Sorry?
Yeah, I want to know if you still want just one guest at a time because there are 3 people requesting.
No, we can have a couple people up at a time. But yeah, okay. So is then lobbied because of the proliferation. Oh, we lost her. Because of the proliferation of this like other perspective that was not accessible, it was not allowed to be shared on other social media sites for a very long time, and its lobbyists got concerned, as well as Republicans. So they started lobbying very heavily. They started lobbying Democrats very heavily. And in the past year, that's why there was a sudden switch among a lot of Democrats, because they are basically perfectly fucking aligned with a lot of Republicans. Republicans are even more fucking crazy on the whole thing. But unfortunately, there's a certain baseline standard of like American politician view on this issue. And so that's what was the big kind of switching force that convinced Democrats in Congress to basically follow suit with the Republicans. It's not.
Right.
It is not only Democrats wanting it banned. We've explained this. It is. This entire process has been led by Republicans, every fucking step
Since
of
like
the way.
2019. Since like 2019, basically.
I'm
End
on
of
Blue Sky.
2019 and into
I am on Blue
2020.
Sky.
Hi, Boxer. How are you? Cute dogs. Cute puppers.
Sorry, I'm gonna make another tea.
I'm good. How are you?
We're
Doing
frustrated.
okay. A little frustrated. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, 1 second.
100%. I was just going to mention also the reason that they kind of, got Democrats to sign off on this is if you remember, they were withholding Ukraine funding, and it was at a alarming rate of what
Right.
was going on, and so some really bad things were happening because they wouldn't pass that. So what they did was
Yeah,
they
they
slid
stuffed
that
it
in.
together.
They slid it in there and kind of made it a forced hand because they knew that people's lives were on the line in Ukraine.
Right.
And so I think that's something big that a lot of people might not think of or miss, is that's the only reason Biden signed it. And any of the Democrats went with it, is they knew it was in dire need.
It's one of the reasons for sure. They stuffed it in with obviously TikTok has they used a really loose explanation for a defense or national whatever to say that TikTok was related. But yeah, they put it in with Ukraine funding, and I think am I right, Brenna? Is funding as well?
Yes. Yeah, it was very much.
So
mainly
Ukraine funding
is
and
funding.
TikTok ban. Yeah.
It's
So
mainly is funding.
it's awful. I mean, it's one of those things that conservatives are always complaining about, stuffing pork into bills. They did that with the TikTok ban. They stuffed the TikTok ban in with something they knew Democrats wanted to pass, which was Ukraine funding and is funding.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess what you could look at too is all of a sudden they're concerned with national security at the same time that X has been a
Steve,
what I
the
can say on here.
ZDU lobby, with the largest
Russian
lobbies in the U.S. are
like a
lobby firms.
I mean, all the propaganda pieces on there, and not only that, he has now put him in charge. So I don't know why they think about national security now, because they're fixing to hand over the nuclear codes to someone that was already sharing sensitive information. It makes
Well, it's not about
sense.
national security. It's not. That's
It's
the
not.
lie.
It's
That's
about
the
money.
excuse.
They want a piece of the pie. That's all.
It's about money. It's about censorship. They want to censor an app that allows more varied discussion of stuff.
Yeah.
Hey Nando,
I agree.
you're kind of you have like the red bars, so if you can get closer to your Wi-Fi or find a different spot in your house or something. Or, but hey, also Brenna, I gotta go walk my dog. I'll come back when I'm back. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump down as well. I just kind of wanted to throw that out. I don't think people have really mentioned about the Ukraine funding and the dire need that the country was in.
Yeah, well, and also, but I want to be clear. Also, the bill also had, it was a foreign
Is
aid
that better,
spending
guys?
bill. Yes, I
Had
think
what?
so.
I'm sorry.
It was a foreign aid spending bill overall. So, and it included aid for and Ukraine, as well as this.
Yeah, and I'll say one last thing on my way out, if you don't mind. What a lot of people don't realize is if Congress only did a single issue on every bill, there would not be very many things passed, which is why they have to do that.
Yes and no. Yes and no, right? I understand why it's done, because also it's part of like a negotiation thing, right? Because like a lot of people will trade votes. They'll say like, all right, I'll vote for this if you vote for that, da-da-da. But part of, and so they'll like kind of join them together to sort of like trade the votes in a way. But yeah, it also, like, we can always say if they separate everything out, it's, very many things would get done. The irony is not many things do get done. And yet this ban bill was the fastest Congress has like ever fucking acted. You know what I mean? They were so quick about it. And it was like, that's a big reason why it was like such big news too, that they like kind of were just decided to do it again once like Republicans got the votes and they knew, that they would get enough Democrats on board to actually get it like passed and supported. They did it very quickly. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's most definitely not about national security
Oh yeah.
at all. And but anyways, I appreciate you letting me come up for a
Of
minute,
course.
and hope you have a great weekend. So
Yeah, you
take care,
too.
everybody.
Thanks. You
Thank
too.
you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello,
Guys,
everybody.
Trump. It's not Trump banning it. It is a law that was passed in Congress. Trump cannot overrule judicial rulings. That's not part of the checks and balances system. So no one. So if you'll notice, like every article that says like Trump has said that he will not let it be banned, will always specify like he has not made it clear how he will do that, because no one fucking knows how he plans to do that, because it's not. A president cannot just like overrule a judicial ruling like that.
And if he somehow does end up doing that, do we really want like that to be a common practice in our
Right.
government?
Yeah.
We want like everybody's rights and majority movements respected. Even though this is ridiculous that this is at like the forefront of what should be getting done in this country. It's kind of ridiculous. They put TikTok at the front of it. Like I think it just boils down to they want the money, and they don't like how groups like this and individual creators can be naturally, instead of like as opposed to being like propped up by other means, they can naturally garner an audience, naturally build a following, and then have everybody, be informed instead of how, be pushed whatever the government wants to kind of siphon into the general like consciousness of everybody. Like that, I don't like. Ultimately, it boils down to they want control, and they want the money that comes with this app. It's really not. Yeah, and it's ridiculous too how it really started with the Republican Party, and then they go ahead and flip it, and then they're like, oh now we're.
That's not true, Lion. Sorry. I'm seeing the comments in Trump's the president. He can do anything. Well, firstly, he's not the president yet. I don't know why you guys think that Trump is in office. He is not in office. He will not be sworn in until January. That's not how that works. So everything that you're celebrating right now, by the way, is Biden's doing. Everything, when you guys say like the economy is so great all of a sudden, your eggs are low, the jobs were just added. Yeah, that's Biden. That's all still Biden. He is still president. And then also, sorry, but like, no, the president cannot do anything, and you don't want it that way. That's a big fucking no. That is authoritarianism. That is a dictatorship. That is a very, very dangerous situation that even you don't want to be in. Okay. The word is veto. Right, but Josh, the law was already passed. So no, he cannot retroactively veto anything. Also, the law was passed with a veto-proof majority. So even if he could retroactively veto it, it was passed with a veto-proof majority. The president, Biden, could not stop the law. He signed it into law, but if he had vetoed it, it would have just passed anyway. It had a veto-proof majority. Okay? Trump cannot retroactively veto a law that was already passed. And even if he could, it had a veto-proof majority. He cannot fucking do that.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, there's not a lot they can do there in that aspect. I don't know if this isn't a like kind of an appropriate topic or like a subtopic for this conversation. What should most of these how do you call them? I'm sorry. What should most of these creators do like retroactively to start? Like where should we go? Where should what would you do?
I mean, I'm on all the apps basically except for Twitter. So please find me. I'm just asking people to find me. Please. I am on all the apps. I don't really post on Clapper yet, but I will start, I guess. But I'm on this one is great because this one pays also. The problem is it's obviously more long form. It's, I don't fucking know. This is really, what's my solution? What do you mean? My solution? I can't fix this. I don't, what's your solution to shit? You guys, I'm sure you've complained about plenty of policies and stuff. How did you solve that?
Right. There really is no solution here. It's just bringing more attention to
I'm not on
the
this.
stuff our government is doing, especially to the people, to basically to our free speech. We need to be informed. We can't just let them keep pushing a narrative on us. And I think sticking with your followers, I mean, with the people that you. I'm sorry, I'm so airheaded. I'm from Texas. I'm not sure what time it is for everybody else. Also, but switching over to that, like being from Texas, there is a lot of support for Kamala Harris here. There
I
was
have
a lot
Linktree.
of support for the Democratic Party, and this is like I probably this is the border state. There's still massive support here. Like I don't know, it's just ridiculous to just some of the things that the Republican Party is doing. I don't know. It's very jarring, and I'm seeing it firsthand how like I live 30 minutes south of Dallas, and I'm seeing everything. Like I don't know. There was a lot of upset people with how this election turned out, and there's gonna be a lot more upset people when they find out that the president elect is going to not really uphold his word, and a lot of bad stuff is gonna happen, and especially with TikTok. I know lots of people that have grown only because of this app,
Yeah, that's
and
me.
yeah, yeah,
That's
and
me entirely. Yeah.
exactly. I know, and I really it's such a shame it's gonna go away. Um, I don't know, and if it doesn't, like we just have to stay on top of things. We have to stay informed, and um, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
very unfortunate.
Yeah. So if you go to my bio, you can find the tree that will have like all my links. I'm adding extra links too, but you can find me. I'm basically at perezbrenna on every app except YouTube. I'm just perez.brenna. But the other frustrating thing is, right, like I pay my bills with this app. You know what I mean? Like TikTok pays my fucking bills and the other apps don't do that. Instagram, I believe there's a rumor that there's some way of getting like monetized on Instagram that isn't just advertising, that isn't like through brand deals. But I believe that's very, very rare. YouTube, I'm monetized, but it's a whole different set of like, it's a different type of, content. It's also, whatever. So I'm technically monetized on YouTube, but I don't make much money on there. And the algo doesn't really allow for people to discover me all that easily. Bluesky doesn't pay. Threads doesn't pay. Like none of, like what's cool about this app is that it's like if you make content that's engaging that people like, you get paid for that. And that's important, right? Because you're the product. We are like, this app understands that the only reason it can get you to watch ads is by ensuring that the content on the app is engaging and good and keeps you here. So in order to do that, it's going to reward people for creating engaging content. So that's, like Instagram, no, Instagram makes so much fucking money off of you because of your friends and like the people you follow on there. And just so like, and it gives the people who are making the content, who are curating its feeds, making it worth scrolling through, which it barely fucking is these days, it gives them nothing.
Yeah, it's also
It's not banned in Canada.
it's also kind of ridiculous to think that both parties like basically came to here because they knew there was a huge following because they knew how powerful this app is. And honestly, this is mainly the only app I use. This is like the only thing I use, and I don't see how the rest of the world even operates on anything else. I think this is I don't what is there anything we can do to have this trajectory of the lifespan of this app change? Like, would it be like
TikTok
I
is
don't
sorry, I just want to answer. Okay. TikTok has not banned TikTok Canada has not banned TikTok in Canada, but it ordered the company to shut down its operations in the country. So it just said like you can't have HQs and stuff operating inside the country, but it hasn't banned the app, which is what the US is doing. In fact, for the US, TikTok basically moved a bunch of servers and all of Americans' data onto US soil to try to avoid the ban. So, yeah, no, it is not banned in Canada.
So, you know how Elon Musk bought Twitter and rebranded it X? I think that's really like, first, like, I just want to, that's one thing. It's like, it's ridiculous. Like, X is just, I don't know. It's like, it's very childish. It's like he really wanted to make it super cool. Twitter was fine the way it was, like, honestly. But speaking on that, do you think that would be a viable option for somebody, some rich
What's that? Sorry.
person, some rich person or entity in the United States to purchase whatever they're asking of TikTok and to for us to continue to keep using it? And if so, do you think it's going to stay as free range as it has been, and or they might garnish all the creators' earnings and stuff like that? Like, what
Yeah.
do you?
Well, so I think it's unlikely to sell. I think it's unlikely. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's unlikely. If it does sell, that's not a good thing. In my mind, that's not a good thing because it's the only people like who have enough money to buy it are fucking billionaires, most of which are, Republican billionaires who already control a lot of our fucking social media and they're not fucking great with it. So yeah, you can expect people to be paid less and you can expect to see a lot of contents censored a lot more heavily, and you can just look at what fucking happened to Twitter when Elon bought it. That was not good for the app. So is it likely to be sold? I don't think so. The United States only makes up, I believe, 17% of its user base. It does make up a larger portion of its income, of its revenue than that, but it's not like TikTok makes money all around the world. So to sell the entire fucking company for 17% of its user base seems a little crazy. Also, they need to get, because they have, and by the way, this isn't like specific to China. This is like there's so much fear mongering around it, right? There's a lot of companies around the world that, like, if you're a big enough size company, it depends on the country's rules, right? There's that the government that it exists in has like a golden share, which basically means that they like have to approve like a sale of it, especially if it's a sale to an outside company. So there's like, for example, there's a Brazilian airline I think just airplane manufacturer that was trying to be sold to Boeing, and the Brazilian government had a golden share and they like stopped the sale, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since we like looked this up. And China has said that they're not going to approve it because it is technically also an export, right? If the minority share, it's, by the way, just a minority share ownership. It's 20% that's owned by Chinese like investors and stuff. The rest of it is owned by international investors, including some American fucking billionaires and shit. But they would have to approve that, and that would technically be an export, right? And like, is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. Of course not. But it's.
So, I'm a little like, I feel like uninformed about this. Like, I'm very happy to be here. I'm actually kind of in disbelief that I'm even speaking here with having a conversation here, like, basically. But so they want how much sold to the U.S.? They want the entirety sold to the United States?
Yeah, they want the last like 20%. It's only 20% owned like inside China. 20%.
They want that 20% from China to. I mean, that's not that insane of an ask, but I mean, like, I don't know.
I mean, but can you imagine, like, I'm sorry, but imagine, like, you know, Facebook, Meta, right? Like, Meta is a public company. It is owned by investors all around the fucking world. Can you imagine if China was like, all right, Facebook, you have to sell, you know, 20% or whatever, you know, like, what's his face, and every, like, American shareholder and investor has to sell their shares to China in order for it to, like, be allowed there. Like, you know, China is a big market. You can make a lot of money in China, but like we would be fucking outraged. Or if any country did it, if Russia did it, if Russia was like, all right, you can operate in Russia, and like, but you have to sell, every American has to sell their shares, like, we would be fucking outraged. We'd be like, fuck no. Even if, like, we didn't give a shit, even if it was like a shitty fucking company or whatever, like, a lot of people would be like, go fuck yourself. You know, like, China already bans US. Yeah, but they also digital. We're supposedly better than China on that, right?
Right.
Supposedly. So just saying, well, China bans our apps, okay, but we constantly act as though the United States is above that. So why are we saying, like, okay, well, they do it, therefore we can't? They also fucking have, like, concentration camps, you know, in some places.
Oh Lord.
Are we gonna say that we can do it? They also, like, don't they have, like, those, like, social credit things, apps and stuff? Are we gonna just, like, all of a sudden start doing that? You know what I mean? Like, that's not.
I hope not. And you know, it's I'm so airheaded today. I apologize. I'm usually a lot more you know, articulate. But it's it's yeah. Thank you. Well, it's very I don't know. I don't need. I'm sorry. I'm Hispanic. You know, English is like technically my second language, but it's like 80% of what I do.
Yeah.
But it's
Sorry, I do
yeah.
want to. I'm just also answering the chat as we go. I agree. I know. Like, yes. Hi, Cottage. Someone said, oh, wait, fuck. What was the question? Oh, the Lemonade one. So the Lemonade, I know a lot of people think that Lemonade is somehow supposed to become TikTok's, like, replacement and stuff. No, Lemonade is owned by ByteDance in the exact same way. They're like, they have the exact same, like, ownership structure as far as I know. So, and the law would also most likely cover Lemon8 because it's also just a ByteDance, like, owned thing, and they're just, like, merging them. What happens exactly? So, yeah, okay, Scott. Well, so let's address this in a couple of ways, right? Because people are also like, well, can't you just use a VPN, or, like, no one can stop you? Da da da. Yes and no, right? Like, yes, the way the ban is set up is that would stop American businesses and American citizens from being able to do business with TikTok. Okay, so that means that, like, number one, that takes away the incentive for a lot of creators. Part of the reason the content on here is so good is because the app rewards creators that make engaging content. So I make money from this app. This app helps me pay my bills. It is a big fucking deal for me that this is going away. And I'm not alone, right? Like, other people even more so. And for example, I would not be allowed to make any money from this app. For example, TikTok Shop. You would not be able to buy and sell items on TikTok Shop. Advertisers would not be allowed to advertise on TikTok. So all those American products that you can buy in the United States, they would not be allowed to advertise on TikTok. So TikTok would not be able to make any money within the United States, like, not even advertising, really.
What did it change as well? Like, if you're on a VPN, you're technically being moved to basically that whatever country your VPN is under, right? So your audience wouldn't even be the same. Or am I wrong about that?
So you're saying that with a VPN, you could technically get I'm going to get to that. That's, like, it complicates things, right? Like, firstly, you can't do business with it. Even if you, like, use a VPN, if you can't do business in America with it, right? So, like, a business, Like an American business that's trying to sell products in the United States wouldn't be able to do so on TikTok, like even just through a VPN, really. You know what I mean? But then they also, it would basically be removed from the app stores, right? So the Apple Store, the Google Play Store, like anywhere that you can download the app that's like on American platform that, you know, processes anything like that, that would go down. They would also not be allowed to process payments through American companies. So I know Visa, MasterCard are international technically, but I feel like they're also technically officially like American company. I would have to check on that, to be fair. They would also, like, it could be argued that ISPs would not be allowed. Could be argued, right? That especially with the FCC, the new FCC chair that Trump is trying to get approved, he doesn't believe in net neutrality, which means that they believe in blocking any apps and any websites that they want. By the way, great fucking job voting that guy in. They want to be able to block any apps and websites and throttle them just because they don't like you looking at them. So there's that. And then there's the whole, people say, okay, well, what if we used a VPN, right? Sure. And it would still exist on your app, right? It wouldn't like immediately just disappear from your phone. It's just that you wouldn't be able to update it, and then it would cease to be able to make money within the United States, and it would cease to be able to give other companies money or let other companies like use it and stuff. So it would wipe out completely its ability and other companies' ability to use it in any sort of like money-making thing. Which means once the companies go, that's, you know, you're kind of fucked. And you could use a VPN to access it, yes. Creators that get paid for the creator fund will make less. They will be less incentivized to do so. But also, the vast majority of people in the United States, like, don't have VPNs and are not going to figure out how to set up a VPN, and they're not going to go through that whole thing, like, to access it. They might start, right? They might start early and whatnot, but it's just not, I think the Apple will die a, like, sped up death. It won't be immediately, it won't be overnight, but it will die out very quickly, basically.
I have a question for one of the comments.
VPNs are also controlled.
Yeah. I have a question for one of the comments I just saw from Sam at Gregory Trump. He had, like, I guess, a reply. Trump can reverse anything he wants. This must be your first presidency, kiddo. Has he done that? And do you have any, you know, examples?
Has he done what? Sorry, I'm trying to like scroll up to see. Hold on.
You're coming in pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump can reverse anything he wants. This must be your first president.
No, that's not true. He can't. It's a judicial decision. He can't reverse it. This must be yours, dude. Have you ever fucking cracked open like an American civics textbook? Do you know how the government works at all?
Oh my God.
I don't know. Like the fact that he said, I will make sure it's not banned, and you guys fucking believed it without even asking him how he was going to do that is wild. It's wild. No one knows how he claimed to do that. Yeah. And everyone everyone who knows what they're talking about has to specify like no indication on how he would do that, because they know that it's not within the powers of the president to basically overrule the judiciary. The whole point of this country, like the way it was set up, is checks and balances. Okay. If you've never heard that term, that tells me you haven't you just skipped out on fucking high school, I guess. Thank you, Shello.
To JR, why do people care about a Chinese app? You can literally sell product on Facebook. Let's go. Do you do this on Facebook? Have you tried? And is it even remotely similar? You said you pay your bills, which is tremendous, through this app. Like, is it even comparable? You know?
I don't do it on Facebook. I don't know. I mean, I have Facebook. I'm on Instagram.
I guess, you know, but it's still not as good, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. Do people I don't know how people post like publicly do people post this sort of thing? It's Reels, right? All my Instagrams are automatically added to Reels on Facebook, but
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like viable. I don't think that person would even be on Facebook. Like, I
You
think
can
that's
get
just a
paid coin on Facebook. Okay, but how can I do that? And why can't I get? Wait, what he did? What on? What did he say he did last round? I can go live on TikTok. I know. I don't even go live on Instagram because I just know too many people on there IRL. I like going live on here. I'm live here and YouTube and Twitch, by the way. And
That's
on
awesome.
Thank you. YouTube and Twitch, you can see the horizontal. You'll even see a little bit more of my apartment if you find me on there. Clapper's a lot like TikTok. Yeah, I downloaded Clapper. Right now I just post my TikToks on YouTube. I really like the quicker ones. They're just a few minutes long. I'm gonna have to, I guess, make long form ones, but it's a lot of fucking work, guys. Even the short ones take work to edit and stuff.
Oh, definitely. It really does.
Isn't Twitch owned by Microsoft? It might be. Isn't it owned by? Is it owned by Microsoft? It might be owned by Amazon now. Because they have, if you have Amazon Prime, you get to like a free subscription on Twitch or something. Also, wait, what did? Yeah, okay. Amazon owns Twitch. I'm trying to see what Sam said or that someone said. I was seeing like reactions earlier. Come on. My multi-chat isn't updating. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, missed a whole bunch of things. Sorry, I'm on the computer, so the scrolling the messages on TikTok is so much more of a pain. It's like, for some reason, they make it so much harder. You'd think it would be the opposite, but. So again, guys, please find me on the other spots. Please, please, please. You know.
I got a question for that. I recently saw that there was an app that was made before TikTok, and it looks exactly the same. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's mostly American owned, and it looks so remarkably similar. I really wish I would have taken down the name of this. I think I have, maybe in my notes somewhere. But if anybody in the chat knows anything about that, like drop that app. I wanna get more information about that independently. Or if you guys know anything
Sorry,
about that app.
what app was this?
I'm not sure. Like I've seen it. I had a friend of mine show it to me. He said this
What,
was around
Clapper?
before, and the platform looked exactly the same.
It's Clapper, probably.
Clapper? Oh, I think it is. Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, it looks familiar.
So yeah, Clapper's trying to be TikTok. This one, I'm on it. I've only posted, I think, 2 videos on it.
TikTok, let's go. Let's get there. Let's blow this app early.
Yeah.
What time? Where are you from? I don't think I ever asked you that.
Born and raised in Spain, but I live in New York City.
Wow. What time is it over there? It's 1:38.
It is 2:38 p.m. here. Who owns it? Who owns Clapper? I looked into it. It's like a very small company right now.
They're gonna become rich if it catches on, because it looks.
That's what
I've been
they're
on
trying
it.
to do. They saw an opportunity and like basically set themselves up to like catch, you know.
All the yeah.
Trump can't do shit, guys. That's kind of the point. No, Amazon is not going to let go of that cash cow.
Oh my god.
Not that I saw Cottage, but if you can figure that out, I would be grateful. I would love to know. It's a great question.
Have you heard about this is awful. I don't know if there's a topic, but like this is just news.
I mean, the
to
topic
me.
is mainly the Ban Upheld. I'm answering questions and stuff.
Yeah.
Following. Should Spain leave the EU? No. Why would it? Clapper. It's called Clapper, not the Clap.
I'm about to download this.
Yeah, right, Talk? Can Musk buy it? Only if it's for sale. And also, please fucking no. God. Hopping on the Clap later. Yeah. Find me everywhere, please. If you go, my profile, there's like links. What I hate is that they now like put the Lemon 8 link before my actual link tree. If you tap on the link on my profile, it'll take you to my link tree and stuff. But it's I'm at perezbrenna basically on every app except on YouTube. I'm perez.brenna, but you can just search my name.
It's not older than TikTok. TikTok started in 2020. Okay, I guess I was wrong. That's okay.
I hope not, Harry.
Yeah, I really hope Elon doesn't buy Twitter. I mean Twitter. Ugh, TikTok. I don't know. I think he really wanted to make, like, I guess what is now X really cool. It's really not. Honestly, it's really bad. I think if he gets a hold of TikTok, it's gonna become just exactly what Twitter is. I don't know if you guys follow the H3 podcast with Ethan Klein. He says a lot of stuff that's very controversial, but he's he's brought a lot of attention to a lot of very anti-Semitic stuff that is just being allowed on a lot of these platforms, which is not really. It's terrible, and it definitely deserves the attention. And ever since him and his whole entire crew have got off of Twitter, they refuse to call it X, and frankly, I do too. I think it's really lame.
Clapper is also developed by ByteDance. Wait, what's the structure there? Sorry. I'm
Okay, I'll Google that.
How did you find that? Are you sure about that? Also, the fact that it was created in 2020 tracks, because that's when Trump first tried to ban TikTok. Oh, okay. It is. Gregory. Hey. Yeah. Clapper's based in Texas. That was a mistake. She fact check herself. It is not developed by ByteDance. Sorry, 1 second. I'm going to grab my tea real quick.
Clapper is not ByteDance. Clapper is based in Texas. Oh yeah, Texas company. Let's go. I'm from Texas.
Never mind. I'm going to reboil my water.
What kind of tea are you drinking?
Chai.
Yeah, too damn easy. Just said that Clapper is not ByteDance and based in Texas. That's actually pretty awesome.
It's not up to him, Captain. Trump cannot overrule judicial decision. And by the way, 2 of the judges on the 3-judge panel were his appointees. He lied to you guys. Like, what do you fucking mean? You're so easy to lie to. That's why he did it.
I'm almost sure Trump does have a TikTok where he says, "I'm gonna send TikTok." on my phone.
Eturil, that's a great question. The problem is, and this is what's so fucked up about it, is that the government will not release or show any of the actual evidence they claim to have and they won't even specify what the national security risk is. They won't even do that. And they're like, well, it's classified, so. And what's fucked up is that in the United States, you technically, if you are accused of a crime and stuff, you technically have the right to see the evidence against you. You know what I mean? In the same way that if someone accuses you of a crime, you have the right to to face your accuser is the point, right? However, because this is a law that's passed, the government could not prosecute TikTok for it or get it banned in that way. So they had to pass it as a law because TikTok isn't entitled to see whatever evidence, that they used to pass said law. However, TikTok sued and basically demanded to see the evidence so that they could like basically argue against it. And this panel of judges, especially the 2 Trump ones, were like, well, we're inclined to just side with Congress. If they say that they saw something that makes you worth banning, we're inclined to just like trust them on it. And TikTok was like, let us know what it is we're accused of doing and we can fucking provide proof to the contrary or whatever. Exactly, Jai. They're trying to take its place, but if they could get an algorithm as good as TikTok, they would have fucking built it. I don't think it's going to perfectly take its place. Otherwise, it would have already, because, you know, they had a bigger user base originally. They fucking pissed it away because they didn't figure out how to make as good of an algorithm. I'm on both of those, by the way. Also, I mean, YouTube pays creators, but Instagram doesn't.
I personally haven't. I'm about to get on Clapper and create an account, but I personally haven't seen how it operates. But I mean, I hope it gets good. I hope it gets real.
I hope so too.
Because like everything's like really fast paced nowadays. I feel like I haven't watched the news in so long. I'm not on Instagram. This is like this
January 19th. Ashley.
Is how I get all my news. Is how I stay up to date with everything that's going on. And it's so fast immediately. Like hours after something happens, like this, that, or the other, I come on here and it's public, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And you know, even if people want to backtrack on said thing, like everybody it already immediately knows, which is, you know, I guess you could argue it's good or bad, but I think it's great. I think it's great. I think a lot of people are, you know, kept busy because everything just costs so damn much nowadays, and but you know, I think this is good. I think it keeps you informed, and it's very good for like people that want to break into you know, I don't even know what it's called. I'm so far off from this, but I guess the creator stream and make a livable income off of this. This is like amazing. I personally don't do it, but I see the potential.
Sorry, I just want to answer a few questions. Is there any way for someone to there was another question up above that I wanted to address first. It's going to be burned January 19th right now. Did Congress do this bipartisan? Yes, Ituril. This bill has been championed by Republicans. Republicans have been trying to get this done for years. This all started when Trump tried to use an executive order to ban TikTok. It got overturned in the courts. Republicans since then have tried to push a bill for a while. I think it failed at least once on a vote, if not twice. However, it was in the last year that finally they were able to convince some Democrats to join them on it. Whether this was like through like security concerns, you know, I don't fucking buy it. More likely it was a reaction to the is and pal thing and the fact that Americans suddenly had more access to the truth of what was going on in pal through this app than they had previously. So they were lobbied. There was very clear, large lobbying efforts. A couple of Republicans have even said so publicly that it was the is and pal issue that finally convinced some Democrats, not all of them, but like enough to basically finally agree to do it. But no, Joseph, that's not how it works. Biden's administration has the final say. No, it was passed. It was passed with a veto-proof majority in Congress. So even if Biden had wanted to veto it, he would not have been able to.
I see a lot of people still talking about VPNs. Like honestly, that's not viable. I feel like VPNs go away pretty fast. I feel like we really would probably have to move to a different app if this and you know, really be set up across most of them. Even though this app is really great and people might not like the other ones, you know, you just gotta pick with the people that you really like and really deal with. Follow them and support. That's the way to go about it.
Ricky, that's a good point. It is, but it's also owned by ByteDance, so it's also going to be banned. Yeah, they had representatives with stocks in Facebook. Yeah, for sure. But even if they didn't own stocks in Facebook and Google and stuff, which are and Amazon, which are top competitors, it's also, they were lobbied by you could see there was like actual lobbying efforts. The top people who have been pushing for this ban for years, some of their top contributors are like Google, Meta, and everything. So
I'm moving to Clapper too. I mean, I'm still gonna keep my TikTok. I mean, but yeah, being across all platforms. Really
yeah, the majority of TikTok is not even owned by Chinese investors. 80% of it is owned by international investors, including Americans, including like American billionaire and shit. That's what's wild. They like want the last like percentage to also just be completely in the hands.
I feel like a lot of other countries also are just not gonna be okay with it. Well, then you guys are gonna have like a tap into what's getting basically filtered to our general population as well, which I'm pretty sure China's not gonna be crazy about. Really, any other country that's not the United States. I got a question for the chat. It was really a question for Brenna, but does anybody use Clapper, and do they know? Do you guys know if it pays like TikTok? I mean, I personally don't. No, and don't use Clapper. I'm about to create a Clapper account. This is news to me. I see Brenna's TikToks and news updates. So this is just this is very new to me. Like I learned this an hour ago. Clap these things. Cage. Jesus. Can you guys hear me okay? I feel like the screen lights up sometimes when I say stuff. And sometimes it doesn't. Clapper is another app just like TikTok. I don't know how good it is, but we're trying to find out what Clapper is. Oh, Mikey.
Yeah. Oh, people are asking what Clapper is.
Does it pay good, Brenna? Does it pay just like TikTok? Or no?
I don't know. I asked them. So they tried to get me onto Clapper a few months ago. They were like, "Hey, we'd love for you to join," because I go viral with like news things on here. So they approached me a couple of times, being like, "We'd love for you to like come make an account on Clapper and like post news things, and then like we'll pay you a certain amount to just post a certain amount of times of like news stuff." And I like emailed them. The first offer really fucking sucked, and I was like, no, like they're like, we'll pay you like $250 a week, and you have to make 10 videos a week, and I was like,
that's crazy.
That's a lot of fucking work.
Not that much going on to have 10 videos.
Yeah. But also just like for that much work, because also it was like it has to be this, and it had all these requirements. They have to be over a minute long or something. I don't know. And I was like, I'm not posting. Like, because even though the content is short on here, it takes time, and some of my videos take like at least an hour, if not a couple hours, to edit, depending on how much like information is in it. And so like I was like, whatever. So, but then they made like another offer. I forget what it was exactly, but it was like, okay, like $800 a month, and you have to have like at least 2 news posts like a week. And I was like, okay, like I can do that. That's whatever. I sort of let it fall by the wayside. Basically, long story short, the last I emailed, I literally just followed up because I wrote to the person who reached out, and I was like, hey, like I'm interested in this, but like, can I know like what other sort of opportunities, like is there other ways of making money on this app on Clapper? Like, is there a creator program type thing, or whatever? And she didn't answer me, so I don't know, we might just not like it. Yeah, she didn't answer me, so who knows, I may not even end up getting the whole thing, but I'm on there and we'll see. I hope they do.
The Sketchy Pumpkin said Clapper Reels, Facebook Shorts, they all feel like junk content. I mean, I haven't seen it firsthand, but I mean, I agree. There's TikTok has much more interesting stuff. And if you the algorithm's so good, like if you literally clear off the app, if you're not finding anything interesting, it'll come back with different stuff like immediately this next second you open the app. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like they kind of are tapping into, I feel like every app does this, but I feel like they are kind of tapping into stuff that we do. Because, you'll be talking about bagels, and next thing you know, you're seeing all this bagel content, basically, just on your app. It's very convenient. It's almost kind of scary.
It is really scary, yeah.
Yeah, if like I go through a lot of different looks. I have like a beard and then not a beard, and hair that's styled a different way, and it almost always comes with the person that looks similar to the style that I'm kind of rocking that day. I'm just like, oh Lord, like this they're really on it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I'm into it a little too much.
That's not how it works, Renee. Thank you for proving that Trump voters don't fucking know how anything works.
I just had.
What if TikTok sold to Oracle and changed the name? Yeah, I don't know. The crazy thing is, it's already like, are being used to crowdsource train AI models. Well, obviously, every fucking thing is. What do you mean? So is like your Google searches are also. In fact, Google Docs are too. You don't realize that if you use Google Docs, that's being used to train AI. If you use Microsoft Office, that is being used to train their fucking AI. By the way, they also do not remember when Microsoft announced Microsoft Recall and Copilot Plus, where Microsoft is going to be taking Microsoft Recall basically takes a photo of your screen, no matter what you're fucking doing on it, unless you're watching a DSRM, like a copyright protected like movie by one of the studios, ironically. Take a screenshot of your monitor of everything you're doing every few seconds and train its AI off of it. They announced it a while back. If you don't believe me, go to my videos, go to my profile, search on the top when on the profile where you can select, like if you're looking at videos reposted, hit my videos and select sort by most popular, and you'll see I have a few videos on Windows Recall. It's near the top because it had a few million views.
Chef Steph, yeah, I mean, we can't, we're obviously not all going to move onto a different platform. It depends on how good it is, and really, you just got to stick with the creators that you enjoy, that you think are good, and then just follow them on other things.
So, is it just TikTok or ByteDance or just CapCut too? It seems I believe it just applies to ByteDance owning these things. So yeah, it's gonna be whatever ByteDance owns, like this most likely. It's not gonna not work. It's that it's gonna the way the ban will be like enforced is it will like ban American companies from doing business with it, which means that they will not be allowed on the App Store. You'll probably still have the install on your phone, but if you get a new phone, you won't be able to like install it again. They'll be removed from the App Store, but also like all your favorite creators that make money off of the app in order to make engaging content will no longer be paid to make engaging content. So you can see like a decrease in that, but also advertisers will not be able to do any business. No one will be able to sell things on TikTok. It's unclear. They probably won't be able to process payments even through TikTok. It's unclear if ISPs would be required to also not allow it on, if they would have to block it, technically. It's unclear. You could probably use a VPN to access it, but the app will fundamentally be changed simply because of the fact that no one can do business with it. Your creators will be fucked over. And also the fact that most Americans will not bother with a VPN.
The metal, I really think SCOTUS will overturn it because TikTok investor paid Trump's campaign a lot. They can't make everybody happy. I mean, I really don't know anything, but I feel like I don't know. Couldn't have been that much, ByteDance.
ByteDance is the TikTok owner. You'll still have it in Canada, yeah. Except Canada did not basically bans them from having operations in Canada, but yeah, you will still be able to access the app. I agree, Blue Seas. For real. Listen, they're probably going to thank you, Mountains. They are going to probably appeal it to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court, we don't know if they'll hear it. There's still hope that the Supreme Court will overturn this. But the fact that a panel of judges, 2 of which were Trump appointed, decided to uphold the ban is not a very good sign. 44 days we have with this app.
Oh Lord. No bueno.
How they will probably file. I was expecting a stay to be like issued that would basically put the timeline on hold, but that does not seem to have happened, which is weird.
This is might be a little off topic, but
Silence us.
no, never mind. I probably just.
I agree, metal elitist. It is about First Amendment. But that's true for fucking everything, Flyfish. Part of like network TV is toxic. A big part of YouTube, a large part of YouTube is toxic. Same with Meta. Super toxic. Everything's a little bit toxic. Some books are pretty toxic. That's not how that works, Amanda. It's not a bluff. The law was passed like 6 months ago. They sued. Today, the ruling was issued that they are upholding the law. Now they can appeal to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court may not even hear it. They might just be like, no, that stands. Yeah, the president can sometimes be toxic. Yeah. You're glad it'll go away? Okay, cool. Start with yourself. You can leave. Bye. I'm just going to start blocking people who are like, yay. Like, okay, if you want it to go away, fine. How can they just ban? Yeah, it's an interesting thing. No, the real conservative, you don't understand that tracks that you don't understand how free speech works. Free speech means that you are the First Amendment, or like actually protects you from censorship from the government. That's all it protects you from. It says that the government itself cannot abridge your right to say something. It doesn't say that private companies can't censor you from saying things on their company thing. You know what I mean? Like, in the same way, like, what's funny is that you guys don't get all up in arms when you're on, like Twitch or something, or like you're playing a video game and it like censors out bad words and stuff. Like, you guys understand that. You're not like complaining about that so much. Free speech only protects you from the government preventing you from exercising that right. That's it. So
you said the Supreme Court still has power. Might have no.
We lost you. What did you say?
Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What's up?
You said the Supreme Court still has, I guess, a little bit of power, and it's kind of like the last hope for TikTok.
They have the power, but it's just like the Supreme Court can, in fact, overrule this. Jerry, thank you for resubscribing.
Didn't Trump put a lot of the Supreme Court people in there?
Yes.
Like, isn't 15?
Yes.
So, I mean, I guess if he really wanted to, couldn't he just talk to them, maybe?
It's not hypocrisy, conservative. That's the literal fucking definition. Conservative, you are allowed to say whatever the fuck you want, but a private company doesn't have to let you say it on their app. That's the simple difference. So, like, the fact that you don't understand that fucking difference, to argue that, like, hey, if an American chooses to use the app and say things on the app, they should be allowed to say that. And if an American uses to put things into an algorithm and to use that algorithm to curate their, their experience, they should be allowed to, because that is their free speech as an individual. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's not hypocritical at all. Like, the irony of people arguing that right now, dude, is that, like, the fucking Supreme Court just ruled that a president can do whatever the fuck they want without consequences, with very limited guardrails to those consequences. And Biden is still president. Biden could go in and, like, do a lot of fucking damage and, like, actually curb your right to free speech, and then claim some sort of fucking whatever bullshit. Like, Thank you for subscribing, handsome Harry. I appreciate it. Oh, I lost a bunch of subscribers because they ran out after the election thing. It just ran out. What's a good way to address this information? I mean, we try to do it here. We try to fact check when we can.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like we're the only people that really want to do that. Like small creators. Like I feel like news stations report just lies all the time, and they run with them too. That so people just take it as a fact. I mean, it's very easy to when such a large entity is saying that.
I agree, metal elitist. You can sub to my Twitch. I would recommend finding me on please do sub to my Twitch. That would be awesome. But I actually post videos, which is more what I want to be doing. Like I go live as part of like bolstering, I guess, efforts of like what I post. I do go live quite a bit. So yes, I'm also on YouTube. I don't know if there's a way of doing that on YouTube. YouTube, I post all my TikToks. I'm also on Instagram, Bluesky, Threads. I just made a Clapper account, so I'm gonna start trying to remember to post there, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm multi-streaming right now. If you go to Twitch or YouTube, you'll see me on there. I'm live streaming this whole thing, and you can even see the TikTok chat on there right now.
So which one of these is like the top two? Would you say for like catching the stream?
I don't know. My stream.
Yeah.
I mean, the number one is TikTok, because I primarily go live on TikTok, and sometimes I'll go on my phone, which it's like harder to restream it. But then from there, I mean, it's the same TikTok, Twitch and YouTube. The other one. I say Bluesky because as one word, that's how it reads. And also, apparently, it's not tweets, it's called skeets. And that made me think like, oh, okay, so maybe it is like ski instead of, I don't know. I don't like blue sky. I like Bluesky.
And it allows you to stream at all socials.
I will. I'll be continuing. I'll be on TikTok till the bitter end, And I'm going to be trying to get people. I mean, I don't have as many followers on any other fucking thing. I'm going to be trying to convince people to find me elsewhere also, which I'm sure will get me in trouble on fucking TikTok. Hey, stop spamming, dude. Stop spamming. All right.
Voss. Hey, Voss. You said it allows you. What allows you to stream to all socials at once?
Honestly, this whole thing is a mess. Like, I can't even believe all of this. I mean, I knew the outcome was gonna happen today, but like, same time, it's like
Can someone take a
unfair.
screen? Sorry, can one of my mods? Can you guys take screenshots of what this person did? Because it's let's see. It looks like they're just spreading out hate speech of some sort. Yeah, they're calling me the W slur. They're calling me a whore.
What the hell?
But they do it because you can't like report it that way. But if I get a screenshot, I'll report it with the screenshot and stuff.
I just still can't believe the whole TikTok thing, though.
If you can do screenshots, that'd be great, and then I can try to send it.
I just still can't believe this whole TikTok thing.
I know, it's so fucking ridiculous.
You have like a team that's working with you on the line?
Jessica. What's that?
You have moderators, like people that work with you, like a team or something?
Yeah, I have moderators in here.
That's cool, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Man, that's cool. You're legit.
The ban is January 19th, by the way, Coffee.
FBI girlies for the win, yeah. Also, can you take a screenshot of their actual user? Like, can you click on the profile and maybe take a screenshot of that? I want to get like... Sorry, I just realized I should have done that before. So it's harder for me to do it on this whole setup because I'm on the computer.
Where are you from, Caitlin? Where are you calling in from? or coming in from?
Arizona.
All right, cool.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
I've been keeping up on this whole thing since it's happened. Like, it's been like probably the worst thing to happen because I've loved this app so much. Like, especially like the fan communities, because I'm more on like the fan community side than like the actual like TikTok like shop side and that sort of stuff. So I appreciate like the fandom edits, the fandom, like what fandoms have done with this app.
Matt, he doesn't support TikTok.
Yeah,
So like, and especially with how Instagram has treated fandom communities and fandoms, like to go back to that, especially with algorithms, like people who have fan art and fan edits and all this, like they're gonna be treated like shit again, basically, because Instagram's changed your whole algorithm, and TikTok's at least given them a chance to appreciate their fandom spaces and fandom stuff. And now TikTok's like, now besides the people who have small businesses, like people also make small businesses with fan art too, and fan bases and that sort of stuff. So, and cosplay. So it's like awful to see all this stuff basically get fucked over.
Yeah.
That's my whole thoughts on the TikTok ban.
Oh, Jesus, Judge. I'm sorry. I'm gonna correct this because people are coming in here again saying like, Trump's not gonna ban it. That's not how it fucking works, guys. They said if they find a buyer, and Trump said he won't ban it. Yeah, if they find a buyer, which has nothing to do with Trump, right? And it's not if they find a buyer. First, they have to be for sale. There's a lot of buyers that are interested, okay? A couple of American billionaires who I am shocked that you guys want to own this app. As if they don't already own mainstream media and YouTube and Meta and X and every other fucking app and, you know, source of information you have anyway. You want them to own the last piece of fucking the internet that they don't own? Make it make sense. Trump cannot overturn a judicial decision. He cannot. He cannot own it.
Yeah, it's basically putting up our free speech and
by the way,
all the rights that come with it.
Well, and also I want to say, because someone in here was saying that it's the reason it's getting banned the 19th, like the day before Trump is into office. Oh, it's because they know he supports it. No, Matt, that's not why. That is not why.
That's not it.
And it can be extended, by the way. Firstly, because Trump is the first guy who tried to ban the app in the first fucking place. He started this whole thing. He tried banning it with an
100%.
executive order in 2020. Look it up. You guys, do you remember when all your favorite creators like came on here and posted crying, saying goodbye? That's because of Trump, because he did that. It was TikTok sued and it was overturned by the courts. Okay. Now, this time, Republicans have been trying to push this through in Congress for years. Republicans have been wanting to ban this for years. Trump has never been on board with it until recently when it was convenient for him to pretend to be. Okay, let's be clear. They had bills. I believe they've tried to vote on it maybe twice, maybe just once. Until recently, they did not have enough votes. This past year, about 6 months ago, they convinced Democrats to join them, to support them. Not every Democrat, but they convinced enough Democrats to vote and pass the bill by putting it together with a foreign aid spending bill. So it was in a bill with Ukraine funding and with IS funding, which they needed to pass like desperately anyway. They also convinced a lot of Democrats because of lobbying efforts by IS. And a big reason a bunch of Democrats were finally convinced to like say fine on it was because IS was saying like, oh, all this, like there's, you know, pro-pal content is being shared on the app. And yeah, but this has been spearheaded by Republicans every fucking step of the way. Trump has never said a good word about TikTok until Yas, who is a billionaire, an American billionaire who owns like some shares, some pieces of TikTok, went to him and was like, they had a meeting, a closed door meeting, and this is alleged, but I'm willing to fucking bet he passed him a cool bundle of cash and was like, you should come out and you should support TikTok. And also it'll get you some good support from young people because they won't fucking know the difference. So then all of a sudden that same day or the very next day, he comes out and he says, yeah, I think I love TikTok. I would unban it. He hasn't explained how he would do that, which a lot of people are very curious about because he doesn't have the power to overturn a judicial fucking ruling. That's not how that works. So don't come in here and be like, oh, the deadline is like January 19th because, you know, they did that on purpose because Trump like loved. No. If anything, Republicans did it on purpose to make it look like Democrats were to blame so that it would just hit right before Trump got into office because they know that people like you don't fucking understand how laws are passed. Don't come at me with that bullshit.
It's so fucking annoying.
Hey, I'm just curious. Can't they just sell it to like a foreign company, like in Europe or in Australia or something?
That's what I would like to know. Also, like 80% of ByteDance is not even owned by Chinese investors. It's owned by international ones, including the majority of which are like American, pretty sure.
They don't care though. They don't fucking care though. They don't fucking care though.
I think it would be the same situation. They just as long as they don't own it, they want to own it. That's the biggest deal. They want to make money off of this app. There's so much money here. There's so much attention here. It's really just about the money, and they're not gonna want anybody else to own it. I don't think they care who else it is.
Yeah.
Also, ironically, by the way, ByteDance is HQ'd is established in the fucking like Cayman Islands. Ironically, what? Yeah. And there's also a like an American TikTok subsidiary that's based. It is a company that is set up in the U.S. and stuff. I have a
question though. Like, what do you think ever happened to TikTok Notes and that whole debacle? Because we're supposed to get TikTok Notes, and all these other countries have it, and it was supposed to be the U.S. TikTok. Basically.
I think they tested it, and just people didn't like it. I don't know that it was a debacle.
I think ultimately, like, TikTok is it's not a big deal, and you know, I mean, at the first term, Trump said we're gonna build a wall and we're gonna make Mexico pay for it. That didn't happen, and nothing happened. Like nobody brought that up again. Like I feel like, or I don't know if they did or didn't, but I would have heard about it if they did. So when TikTok ends up going away, and Trump, regardless of what Trump said, I feel like weirdly enough, people are just gonna not say anything about it. But we need to hold them responsible for what they say they're gonna do, and they don't end up doing. I feel like
there should be a class action lawsuit though, because people put money into this, everything else, and like now it's all just gonna go away. Like,
doesn't the law just take effect regardless of what? No one's gonna have to do anything. It's just gonna take effect, and I think they said Apple and like the Google Play Store are just gonna like not host it anymore, and so we'll still have it on our phones. But there will be no support for it, and no one can download it anymore.
So there will be no American companies will be allowed to basically work with it, which means none of your creators will make money. No advertisers will be able to advertise on it. Like
it just basically becomes useless.
Basically. Right. It starves the app. It's unclear if an ISP would be required to block it as well. But
I mean, wouldn't that affect net neutrality? Like, don't we have a law on net neutrality?
No. What, you're saying the ISPs being able to block it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The head of the FCC that Trump is trying to appoint right now is against net neutrality. He's for completely getting rid of it.
The thing is, like, TikTok is not going to want to sell its entire company just because one country banned it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, already other countries have banned it. So,
approving dreams. So in Canada, we create with. Sorry, I want to also say approving dreams. In Canada, we create with no income. Yes, but also in Canada, they still make money because there are advertisers on it. Advertisers will not be allowed on the fucking app and stuff.
So you wouldn't be able
they won't no one's making money. TikTok will not be making money. That's part of the big issue.
The whole Canadian thing is crazy to think about it in of it itself, that they've allowed TikTok, but at the same time nobody can do anything over there basically.
But given that it has a standing in many other countries. Wouldn't that be enough for? I mean, not for the creators. I know it's really bad for the creators, unfortunately. But wouldn't that be
Yeah,
enough?
but the U.S. is literally half of its base now. To be
Now it's
honest, like
17% of its user base.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, wouldn't really be able to like partner and I guess still make money and alone for the
it'll
app.
just become more of a like a European app and
Okay,
like
I
stuff that
also
like we
want
can't
to,
have.
sorry, I want to address things in the comments too. Ursi, that'll be awesome. People can't beg for money. I'm sorry, but I went to film school. I have a degree in filmmaking. I'm a professional filmmaker. TikTok has become a part of my career. And it has
Yeah, it
become a
has a
part
big
of my
part on it.
income. And by
Yeah,
the
it
way,
has a
sorry.
big part of the film industry right now. You don't even understand how big the film industry is with TikTok right now.
Yeah.
Especially getting people into the film industry, like Reese. He's
It
a
is ST.
TikToker, but he's a TikToker and he's in the film industry, and he basically got his start on TikTok, and now he's doing all these interviews and all this stuff. So it plays a big role in what movies become popular too. As I said, fandom spaces, all
Huge.
that. Huge.
Yeah. But when people say, like, great, people will stop begging for money, like, okay, why are you on this app? Do you enjoy the content you watch on this app? Because if you do, then you should want creators to be rewarded for that. Thank you for subscribing, fellow. Oh, you got a gift. Thank you for subscribing, fellow with the cello. Like I don't know why. I get it. People, we don't like ads. We don't like this. Fully agree. I fucking hate ads. Sure. At the same time, I understand. Like, the ads are what make the company firstly be able to give you content, right? Otherwise, if they didn't make money, I mean, all these fucking capitalists suddenly don't understand capitalism. But also, it allows creators, which are the ones who create basically 99% of the value of being on this app in the first place. It rewards them for giving you a reason to spend time on this app. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't, I don't know why you're mad. If you're on this app, I assume it's because you enjoy being on the app. I assume so. If you enjoy being on the app, you should be fucking appreciating the creators that make it that way for you. Like, stop hating on them for, like, making money for doing something that adds value to your life. I'm a filmmaker. The reason I bring up I'm a filmmaker is because if I were making films that were, like, in theaters, it would be similar, right? Like, I'd be making movies. Who gives a shit? Does that mean, like, oh, all of a sudden, like, it's not professional and, like, finally people are stopping, you know, won't beg for money because they're making TV shows on network TVs or, like, making movies in theaters versus making content that you enjoy on your fucking phone? Does that suddenly change the validity of it? No.
Literally, as someone who's studying film, I've found tips and tricks how to break out into the industry on this fucking app that other apps haven't told me. So
You gotta send me some of your work.
so annoying.
I really want to see music videos and whatever else you got, really. But I'm more interested in music videos.
It's not the same. This is an app, so this isn't a permanent thing. What you're saying, it's not the same as what movies, TV, and stuff. How many? I'm sorry. Do you not understand that people are going to the theater much less and less? That's the difference. The fact that the app isn't a permanent thing. That's what's different. No, the fact is the content that you enjoy takes work. It
Yes.
takes work.
It does.
And in fact, it takes money. I am on a fucking computer right now with a fancy ass camera. Luckily, this is borrowed and it's my boyfriend's and it's fancy because we work in the film industry. I have lights set up. I have, like, an additional monitor and stuff. Like, I have to understand OBS, this, like, online broadcasting system, I believe is what it stands for. Like, it takes work. And when I film a TikTok and I post it, it takes work to edit it as well. I know you probably will just film yourself and you'll upload some garbage and you don't spend any time on it. And, you know, I assume that because if you're hating on creators for creating and being rewarded for the time that they spend creating stuff, I assume you are not, 466 followers. Great. That makes fucking sense, right? You spend zero time making anything for this app, so you don't understand that it takes time and therefore is work. If you think it's garbage, get the fuck off the app. If you don't like it, get off the app. Don't sit here and bitch about people who spend time making things that you enjoy and like act as though they're outraged for having like for getting, you know, their revenue stream cut off. It creates value. You're engaging with it.
People love to hate, man. Honestly, I think I'm a little guilty of it too.
Yeah,
I wasn't,
everybody loves to hate on some things, so I agree.
Yeah.
it's just like poking fun and playing. Also, I have a question. What are these blue things on the corner of our on the squares that we are on?
I don't even
The
know.
number 4 is like
I
either
agree, Christopher.
gifts or profile views and or follows, and those equate to monetary. Like you'll
Oh,
get
okay.
like a
That makes sense.
so 9. I think that means there's if I'm looking at my points, God probably gifted me some stuff, and then it looks like I got 3 people who both went to my
Dang,
page
stop.
and followed me. So that would be
Stop spam.
2 points for a page visit and a follow.
Thank you,
And
God.
that means TikTok is monetarily, though very slightly, I mean, we're talking fractions of a penny for this 9 that I have. They're rewarding me for being an engaging member of this panel.
Right.
Same with you, Nando.
Yeah.
It looks like you have 2 people who like went to your page and followed you,
Thank you,
and
Sparkle
that
Pumps,
is
for
monetarily
subscribing.
TikTok rewarding you with 4 diamonds. And then, for example, thank you, Kai Angela just gave me a gift. She gave me a rose.
Thank you,
Thank
Kai
you.
Angela.
How can you see that? Like, where do you go to check that out?
Well,
Tap the
it's
number.
alerts.
Tap
Yeah.
the number 4, and you
Yeah,
can
you
see
have
who
to
gifted
look
you
up the
stuff.
number, yeah.
All right.
Tap
Hey,
the number 4, you'll see the
So,
gifters.
okay, I also want to address. So, Lovely Girl says being a creator is easy job compared to most. It's fine that they get paid, but don't claim it's hard. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to say it's the hardest job in the world. No, I'm not. But I'm also going to like say that, okay, well, if it's an easy job, easy job. Also, that entirely depends on the content you're creating. I'm just going to point that
Yes.
out. Okay. That entirely depends on the content you're creating. I have videos of me filming people getting arrested and shit. And like, I'm filming like protests and shit. That's a little bit harder than sitting down and filming something and not editing it at all. Right. Sure. Granted. But like I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it just on top of that. A lot of my content is news-based content, right? A lot of it is like comedic, right? Comedic commentary on news-based content, but it's still delivering facts. So a lot of the time, I have to go. It's not just filming it. And just because it's a 2-minute video doesn't mean it only took me 2 minutes. Usually it takes me, the more involved videos take me a couple of hours. Okay. And I have to find the stories that I think you guys are going to like. Go find multiple sources, double check the sources, right? Screenshots, which doesn't sound like much. This all fucking adds up. I have to do then green screen shit here on TikTok. I have to make sure that the sound is good. So I often have to turn off my heater or my AC, whatever's on. I often also turn off my fucking fridge because people complain when the fridge is on in the background. So just, I put literally my food safety at risk every time I'm filming all up in here, like trying to do it professionally. I have a lighting that I try to check. I try to make sure is good. Not every single video, but whatever. And then I film it and I speak very quickly because I know that TikTok, like people on TikTok, really like people to speak quickly because you want a lot of information very quickly. I comfortably, like in my daily life, I am a slow talker. I am someone who people say makes them feel very calm, okay? I have had to practice and practice and practice and get better at speaking quickly. But also when I'm speaking quickly, it's easier for me to trip on my words, right? So I have to do multiple takes often. And if it's like a comedic thing, sometimes I have to usually less so, but sometimes I have to come up with not a script because I want it to feel natural, but the ideas and the outline in my head. So there's a process, there's a step to it that's writing it, right? Usually I do have to plan out how, what's the order and how am I going to tell the story? So this takes, and then all of that is done. And then I have to edit it. And I have to edit it on my fucking phone because when I film this all on a camera, on this fucking camera, and I edit it in an actual editing program, people don't like it. TikTok doesn't like that. So I have to do it all on this fucking phone. And when I edit on my phone, I'm doing it with my fingers. It's very, very annoying to edit on a phone.
It takes forever.
Takes for fucking ever. And if you mess up, there's certain limitations on how the app works that, like, going back and fixing and refilming something is a huge pain in and of itself. Like, don't tell me, yes, it is not the hardest job in the world. I agree. It is not the hardest job in the world. But it's also not the easiest. And also, if it were so fucking easy, literally, you would be doing it right now and you would be raking in money. You also,
Right,
by
and
the
it's
way,
also not a very high paid job. Like, come on, we're talking
yeah, it's
about
not that high
pennies.
paid. Yeah.
Like, come on, like it's not like we're getting paid more than welders unless you're really working hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is for most people, this is supplemental income. You know, I write music for film and TV. That's my job. I do this on the side to promote that part of my business. Same with Brenna. Like, it's not, it's not this world where everyone is a creator and everyone's making bank.
Yeah.
It's not how it is.
On
This
top of
is
that,
late stage capitalism. People trying to survive in late stage capitalism.
Exactly,
Brilliantly
Andrew.
said by Cottage down in the comments, which is people trying to use the system that is exploiting us
Mm-hmm.
for a small fraction of gain of self gain. That's what's happening on TikTok and other apps.
Yeah.
yeah, on top of that, it's very time consuming, and like the startup is insane. Like you have to be so consistent, which takes away so much time for you to potentially be making money doing literally anything else. And
Yeah.
then on top of all that, like being so committed to this, like it's not easy to do. And I'm starting. That's how I know
Thank you for
it's
subscribing, Andrew.
and I mean, if anybody has any disagreements, I mean, you're welcome to try it. I'm
Yeah.
sure you know, it's very hard. It's
Well,
not
and
easy.
also, and I do want to point out too, it's like on top of all that, and I mean, I was laughing about this because I have a friend who works in like marketing and stuff. And again, I am trained as a filmmaker. That's what I went to university for. You know, I have a filmmaking and psychology, you know, degrees and stuff. And they like, yes, it's like very different in that sense, but because of that, because I also like I've produced and directed commercials and music videos and stuff, there's also this whole side to it that I know, like, that I have, like, I'm lucky enough to understand, like, oh, little things make a difference depending on the like platform you're on or the medium that you're delivering information to. And so I know to study, like I have spent hours researching and studying, like, okay, like what works on these apps, right? Like what do audiences respond to? What do they do? That, you know what I mean? And not to be like, not to make bullshit up, but just to like better package what I'm trying to say to you. Like I'm trying to share something that I believe is important, right? Sometimes it's a silly fucking joke. Sometimes it's a personal story. Sometimes it's an important piece of news. But I have to, it's not good enough for me to just go on and be like, hey, here's the news. That doesn't do anything. What I have to do is I have to know what's going to like catch your attention, but I also have to like know what the algorithm is going to favor and allow and stuff. So I have to, and I constantly have to be on my toes figuring out like what is not working for the algorithm and what is. And when they change the algorithm, like there's still like a learning curve to relearn it. So, like, it's a lot more than, again, it's a lot more than just sitting and like filming a thing and like having that be it. Once you're more established, you can be a little bit looser with it. Like I have more freedom. The more followers I get, the more freedom I have to do like whatever the fuck I want. But it's still work, guys. It's like whatever.
So much work. I recently, for the first time ever, leveraged like the fact that I'm verified on Instagram and
I don't
TikTok
want your money.
for like for a sponsorship from a music's hardware gear company called Focusrite, and they sent me their new product, but I had to review the product and post the reviews, and then they're also doing an interview for their website. But it took me 3 days to once I got the product to make those videos, to film myself using the product, and then another day to edit it and post it. So it's like, and I'm not even close to as many followers as Brenna. Like it took me basically 3.5 days to make a post. You know, I mean, I was a paid post. They sent me a product for free that I now own, that I had to review in exchange for the product. But it still took time. It took time.
Yeah. Well, and also I want to point out too that like especially here, and we can stop tooting our own horn after this. There is like in recent months, like a lot of what we have done on here is also like live streaming is really fucking. It takes a toll on you mentally, right? Like we have had like MAGA up here, like we have dealt with horrible things. I've gotten threats. I've gotten threats to my life. Okay.
Shit.
I have to like deal with that shit and like,
Yeah, I
and
try to
not
stay
just
away from the
talking to
live streams.
people. Yeah. Well, yeah, but yes, but I can't help but try to fact check shit when there's like bad like information out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
But also like,
I got your back, Brenna. Don't worry
thank
about
you
it.
guys. But you know, like there's also that mental thing, and I will say that my live streams don't make me any money. Like really, the most I've made, I think, on a live stream. Oh, the most I made on a live stream was like $70, and that was election night when I had at my peak multiple times over the course of like I think I was live for something like I was live for 10 hours. Okay, I made $70. And at my peak, I had 11,000 people in here.
Oh my god, you probably
a
should have
couple of
made
times.
way more.
Yeah, well, yeah, and
10 hours.
most of the time, I'll do super long live streams. I will be on here for hours. I will often be on here for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. I think we've made it to 12 once before. And usually, at most I will make $20, but it's usually less. It's usually less than $10 for all that. So like I'm on here, you know, spending this time. I'm not getting paid for this, really. I do appreciate when you guys subscribe. It really means a lot, and I love when you send me gifts. I do really appreciate it. I'm not trying to, like, discourage you from that. But it's like, to be like, oh, everyone's begging for money, da-da-da. It's like, okay, I guess I could, fine. Firstly, you don't have to be on my live stream. You don't have to be on this app at all. You don't have to be watching people. But, like, we're putting in work. We're putting a lot of work, a lot of time. Like, you know, stop hating us for wanting to be rewarded for that work. It's really not.
Here's the thing also, like it's not just content creators. I've been dealing with this my whole life. As someone who's a musician. I've been in this have been building my career for 15 years. And for a lot of that, people would say to me like, "Oh, well, like, you know,
Yeah, Ducky, we
this
talked
doesn't
about
seem
that.
to be working. Like, are you going to ever get a real job? Are you going to go and get a real job?" You know, musicians being in a band, when I was in a band and we were literally touring around the United States, national touring band, signed to Pacific Records, friends and family would still say, "Well, when this is over, like, you're going to, you know, get a real job. You're going to do a real." So this is, I mean, this is like, and it's taken decades of practice, hard work, expertise, a growth of knowledge to get to the point where I'm feeling confident and comfortable, like in a career as a film and TV composer. Like, you know, I've been dealing with this. This is just a new thing. People just saying TikTok creators get a real job. Well, musicians have been hearing it for decades. Artists, cartoon, you know, animators, like people have been hearing it
It's
for
nothing
decades.
new.
Well, and
It's
again,
It's
I'm
nothing.
nothing
going to
new.
repeat for the people who are new in here. I am a filmmaker. I went to film school. I work in the film industry. I have been a producer and a director of like music videos and commercials and all that shit. I have been watching the industry as I know it disappear around me. I have made less and less money over the last couple of years, starting with the fucking pandemic, because things are fucking changing.
And the strike.
Fewer people, and the strikes, yes, sorry, since COVID, but for many reasons. But fewer people are watching movies in theaters and TV, like on like network TV. Fewer people are doing that. The streamer wars, if you follow the news at all, you should know people are getting paid less and they are commissioning less work that isn't just reality TV. This platform and the ones just like it are the next step in the evolution. People are flocking to these platforms to get their content, okay? I literally, like, if you want to talk about a real fucking job, the most real version of exactly what I'm doing here is what I do. And yet, those professionals, we are now on here more and more, okay? This is where our jobs are migrating to.
Yes.
Like, if you think I deserve to get paid because I'm, like, also I will say, one thing that I really like about this is that like I had to work my ass, work up from fucking zero in the film industry and work as like a camera assistant for many, many years on big projects, working for other people's visions and whatnot. And I was getting my fucking start. I was like finally popping off and getting my actual creative, you know, things taken seriously. I was having those meetings in Hollywood when the pandemic hit. And I'm sorry that I want to get paid now that I'm on this fucking medium and I get to be, and I'm doing all the fucking like thinking of this stuff and like writing of this stuff and creating of this stuff and all that. Like my real job used to be the person who maybe just set up the camera, right? For me now. I do that now too. I set up the camera. I set up the recording. I set up the lighting. Shit, sorry, I gotta... Speaking of the camera, now I gotta like replace the battery.
Oh my god, the camera.
Perfect timing.
If I were on a Hollywood set, you would have no problem with me getting paid for this. And now because it's a different fucking platform all of a sudden, you know, it's not a real job.
I don't even know how Hollywood's gonna handle the TikTok ban posters because like I know like a couple TikTokers have gotten big, like Reese Feldman has gotten big from TikTok, and people like I know they'll be able to handle it post that, but I feel like I don't know, the media of music and movies kind of feel like they started to rely a lot on TikTok, and now it's gonna go, so it's like what the hell? They're like, oh my god, it's going, and it's like, okay guys, it's going away, we have to go back to our old ways, and it's like, what?
I don't think society as a whole is gonna backtrack that hard. I think we're gonna find another platform and find other ways to replicate this, what TikTok has brought to us. Andrew, I don't want to be that guy, but real fast, what's like your favorite band you as a musician to another musician?
My favorite band is a band called Bayside. They're based out of Long Island. They've been around for 25 years or something. That's my favorite band, Bayside.
Bayside. All right. Sorry.
If you haven't heard of them, I would recommend starting with their self-titled album, Bayside. That's the great place to start, and then just move forward. And then there's only one released album prior to their self-titled one, so you can like move forward a couple albums and then move back to that original one. But that's for me, that self-titled album was my origin. That's the first one I heard and
I
fell in love
feel
with them.
I feel like this is worse than when Vine shut down. If anyone remembers Vine, oh my god, throwback to Vine. But I feel like this is worse than when that happened because money's involved. I mean, money was involved then, but I feel like it's even more involved with this than Vine was, and Vine was basically the original TikTok if you think about it. So it's like
You got immediate supporters for Bayside in the comments. They immediately jumped out. That's
Yo,
awesome.
Bayside is the cult. We're
yeah, I
everywhere,
remember
dude.
Vine. Yeah, see, people that remember Vine, that was the original TikTok, but it wasn't like the same back then. It was kind of like the pre-TikTok, and then we had TikTok, but money's involved now, so it feels worse.
Vine walked so TikTok could fly.
Exactly.
Yeah, basically think about it. Vine walked for TikTok could fucking run, and now TikToks are going away, and it's like I feel like when Vine shut down, like we found Instagram and stuff, but since we've been so truthful on this app, we don't want to run back to Meta and those apps. That's the thing.
There we go. Sorry, that took me a second. Apologies. I had to.
Can I tag somebody in a live? Can I tag someone that's not in here? Can I go Bayside?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know their handle though. Is it at Bayside Band?
But yeah, I feel like that's the only thing that worries me about the TikTok. You know, even though the TikTok ban is literally like, I feel like it's more crazy with especially people making money on this app compared to how Vine was, where kind of people just did for fun. Yeah, they made some money, but it wasn't like the same amount of money that they made on TikTok.
Oh no. Speaking of this being a fucking job, now I've got
Amber, to reply to Amber in the chat. We're going to a lot of other platforms. There's Twitch and there's Clapper, which is basically TikTok. But you know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm like, I think because I'm like one of the younger people. I'm like 23. I've been on Clapper. I feel like that app is not geared towards me right now, like, because I'm Gen Z and older Gen Z, so it's like very much like I opened that app, I was like, oh, okay, this content does not feel like it's appropriate for me and or like want to gear towards me. So I'm like, I got off of that app pretty fast.
Hey Gregory, if this were Instagram, I could send it to Anthony because he and I have messaged. He like has accepted my message request. I sent him like a kind of a thank you message a couple years ago with a link to some music from my old band, just saying like thanks for the decades of inspiration. But I don't know. I don't know if they follow me back on TikTok. I don't even know if Anthony is on TikTok.
Oh, motherfucker.
I'm
I see what's going
24.
on.
Yeah, I love TikTok too
Can
because
you
it has
elaborate a little
different
bit
fan
on Clapper?
communities and different stuff for different people.
Caitlin,
Yeah.
I'm 24. I just downloaded Clapper, and I'll probably be checking that out here shortly after we get off.
I know. I want to check out Clapper too, but I feel like the content's really fucking weird when I downloaded it. Like my
There's
For You page,
probably
that was really.
there's just not as many people on Clapper right now, so until it like populates with like full, people.
Well, we need to populate that and create another something else we can stand on and follow our creators. Brandon, if you're on there, I'm about to follow you. I'm gonna make my account
Yes,
right now.
I'm on there. Sorry guys, I'm
Yeah.
like technical fucking difficulty bullshit with this.
It's just a weird app, so I don't like use it right now until it like populates until more people join it. Cause like it's been like weird the content I've saw on it. Like I was like, oh, this is very much like weird content, not like normal weird, but like actually like weird content.
Yeah.
I don't know. Personally, I've seen like more like just like weird content on Clapper than here.
Listen to all my Bayside stands in the comments here, and there's quite a few of you. Go check out. My band just got back together after the election and wrote like a protest song, and released it in like I think it came out November 8th. So like we're all in different states, but we like wrote this song and released it, produced this song and released it really fast. It's called State of the Union by Life's Only Lesson. And if you like Bayside or Taking Back Sunday, it's or Panic at the Disco, maybe like Fall Out Boy too. It's like if any of those bands wrote a big band like jazz. It has like big band horns and
Oh, that's
jazzy
interesting.
swing. It really kicks, but it's also political, so it's like a protest anthem. So go check it out. It's called State of the Union by Life's Only Lesson. Here, I'll make the album artwork my picture real quick.
I feel like the best app that I'll probably be going back to post is like I feel like Blue Sky could take off. I wish like Blue Sky would like honestly like get involved with this, even though they won't sell, but I feel like Blue Sky could be very, very well could handle, something like this. It's like
What's
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky? What does it
Blue
consist
Sky
of?
is like it's like Twitter before Elon took it over.
Sorry guys.
I was never a big fan of Twitter. But Andrew, where did you say that was at? I'm sorry. I probably didn't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, it's on all Spotify, like it's on all music streaming apps. So like Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube Music, Amazon Music, Deezer, Tidal. It's called the band is Life's Only Lesson, which is easy to remember because it's LOL. And the song is State of the Union. And now we're just for fun. Now we're working on a whole new album. The last time we released a CD was like 2010, which we just finally remastered. It was a bunch of demos, but we just finally released that one. That one's called The Boy Who Saved the World, but it's from 2010. And we recently just kind of did a remaster of our first album from 2006. And I'm working with a studio on a remaster of our album that we recorded with Pacific Records that was never released digitally, but we own the masters to it. So I'm taking that hard drive to a studio and sometime this year. And that album was from 2008, I think, 2007. So we're slowly releasing all the music that existed only on CDs back in the day before music streaming apps were a thing. So and working on a new album too.
Yeah, I just found you guys on Spotify. I'm gonna check it out here shortly. I don't know if I can like do two things on it.
No,
Oh
no.
wow.
That album called Dear Audrey actually just came out today, but it's from 2006. It's like we like recorded it on GarageBand, so it's like a way throwback.
Hey man, I'm a very like I don't want to go to the studio every time I got I'm sorry, we kind of hijacked your thing while you're getting set up here, but Brenna. But I'm a low budget man. I'm not
It's
gonna
okay.
spend so much money every single time I want to record something creatively. What do you recommend I do basically? I'm moving to pop. I was in a rock, and I didn't find a lot of community here, a lot of like-minded artists in Texas in my area, and I'm very good at it. But I'm moving more to pop.
Are you
What
talking about like software to use, or what do you mean?
yeah, it's just something simple that I can create a something polished to bring to my potential fans.
So I would recommend in terms of software for like writing and recording the music, in my opinion, Logic, if you have a Mac, if you have an Apple computer, is the best deal because not only is it $200 for like a lifetime license, even updates, like when they just switched from Logic 10 to Logic 11, and if you have paid for Logic 10, you get Logic 11 for free, so you get unlimited updates. So for $200, you get that license for your entire life to use that product. But it also comes with like, unlike a lot of the other software for music writing and recording, it comes with a ton of plugins for free within there. So compressors, equalizers, reverbs, even digital instruments that you can play, like synthesizers and stuff like that. It comes stock loaded with those things that a lot of professionals use. It's like for $200, it's by far the best deal, and it's a pro level product software. And then the other thing I would recommend is this company named Focusrite, because you can't just get the software. You'll need something to convert an analog microphone or analog, instrument like a guitar. You need something that'll convert that analog signals to digital to get it onto your computer, and that is called an audio interface. And for my recommendation, the company Focusrite, that just for full disclosure, they like recently are sponsoring me, but it's because I've been using them for 10 years or 15 years, so I was with them from their first generation of products, the Scarlet products. They're, in my mind, an incredibly high quality product for a very affordable price, and it's kind of plug and play. So you just literally like plug it into your computer, and your computer, if you have a Mac especially, I think for Windows you have to download a driver, but for Mac it'll recognize it instantly and you're up and running within like taking it out of the box and plugging it in. Then they have a wide range of products. So if you're just doing like hip hop or something, or if you're just doing like singer songwriter, they have a product that's like two inputs and two outputs, so that you can plug in like studio speakers. And that product is like $200 or something like that. It's like 250 tops. And then they have one that goes all the way up to the
All
one
right.
that I use, which
Sorry.
is 18 inputs and 20 outputs, and that one is like $700. So it's a pro level gear, great sound, great product that is the the ease of use is very natural. So those are the two things I would say to get you up and running, aside from like a pair of headphones or something, if
Thanks,
and a
man.
microphone.
Sorry that we gotta hand it
All
back to
right,
Brenna.
Andrew. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
sorry, Brenna.
answer questions in the chat. Sorry, guys.
We can't
Oh,
hear you now.
yeah.
Um.
Oh, I feel. Oh my God, I'm so
Oh, you
sorry,
can't hear
Brenna.
me?
How can they
We
block
can't. I
me?
think something's up with your mic.
They can't block people for using TikTok. I mean, it still exists outside of the United States, but it's news for all the creators and all of the, basically a calling for anybody that enjoys creators' work to find them on different apps. And, especially a
Wait,
creator like Brenna
uh,
Perez,
w-
they have stuff that's going on in the world.
hey
And
Nando. Apparently,
Okay.
people can hear her in the comments, but not us on the panel. So I'm gonna drop and try to come back down, I guess. People are
all right.
saying they hear you.
Oh, they
Okay.
hear me?
Okay.
No, they hear
Cool.
Brenna, but not
No,
but
me.
we
They
cannot hear
can hear me.
Brenna, but they can hear Brenna. So I'm gonna drop,
All
come
right.
back.
Now. How about now on Twitch? Wait. Now? On Twitch? I agree, another story. Okay, cool. Thank you. Is it super loud on here now? For you guys? Okay, cool. No, your accounts will still exist. The app will still exist. It's not going to like suddenly disappear off your phone, but you will not be able to update it anymore. And the app itself will basically not be able to function as it usually does because no Americans will be able to do business with it. So it will no longer be able to get, payment from advertisers. It will no longer be able to pay creators. It will no longer be able it probably won't be able to have like assets held in the United States anymore. Also, by the way, like its servers, here's the other thing, remember how it moved all of its servers holding American data to American soil? They will no longer be able to like pay the electricity bill, right? Like everything that goes, all money that's exchanged around those servers, all of a sudden no one can do it. Like they won't be able to work with Oracle anymore that supposedly, is helping them house those server farms. Yeah, right, Master Jack? So even though, the app will still exist on your phone for a while longer, it's like it won't happen overnight, but it's going to be quite quickly. Is it a good idea to deactivate account before this goes down? I think that's up to you, Chris. I don't know. I'm not going to be deactivating my account. People will still be able to... Yeah, but that data is in there anyway. If you deactivate your account, the data, it's not going to delete your data. Nothing. The mere fact that you exist on the... Oh, that's an interesting idea, Sean. Technically it's possible, morning. It might be possible. Oh, good. I'm glad, Nando. I feel like I heard someone talk about like organizing a class action lawsuit, but explore it, please. I'm not sure that. I will say it won't fix everything, right? Because you still won't be able to update the app through the App Store and whatnot. But like what most people will do is like a lot of people will just stop using it. A lot of people will use it through Green Gordon, do you have sound now? A lot of people will use it through... My day job is literally like filmmaking and content creation, WTF. So I literally just moved my work to like these things. This is a day job. Yes, probably Eternal. I'm a filmmaker. I went to film school. We literally just got talking about this. I make commercials and music videos for a living. And now because most of the industry is like moving to internet-based things, and more money is being pumped into online content, that's why I'm on here in the first place. So yeah, this is my job. In many ways, this is part of my career. I'm a filmmaker. I went to a very, very expensive school to do this, which, very silly because I went to school before this existed. But are you saying that like filmmakers don't have real jobs, right? Any money or any movie, any TV show you watch, not a real job. The people who make it. Yes, NYU. It's gonna go. Well, I went to school to learn how to be a filmmaker, and it just so happens that things changed, and so now more and more content is online here, and you don't have to go to film school to learn how to do it, as it turns out. Yeah, theory. But you should leave, Nathaniel, first. I'll help you with that. Hey, everyone, if someone doesn't want to be on this app, you know, just suggesting you can give them a head start by blocking them. I hope I don't get in trouble for that, but. Yeet. I have not seen Adam Sandler's new movie. Sync licensing? Nice, John. Yeah, there's not much we can do about it. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Especially because technically, like, in the US, you're not supposed to make a law that targets a specific business. Like, there's so much that's fucked up about this. Technically, it's a law of attainder. Because basically, there's a rule in the US that, like, you can't make laws of attainder, which it's like, you can make a law that says, like, hey, you're not allowed to do this. Hey, you're not allowed to do that. But you can't say, like, okay, I have this, right? Maybe if you want to ban this brand in the United States, you're not allowed to make a law, in theory, that says, like, oh, existing as this brand is not allowed, in theory. What you have to do is you have to say, oh, it's not allowed to make this specific shade of nail polish. And, oh, you're not allowed to have glass bottles. And you're not allowed to have this. Like, you're supposed to, in theory, make laws that everyone has to then follow. In theory, a law of attainder is not allowed. You can't make a law that just says this person, this thing is not, entity is not allowed. Yeah, I've never had my data leaked by TikTok, but I've had my data leaked by a lot of American companies. I had my identity stolen thanks to an American company. What you can do is make it illegal. Firstly, there's no proof of it, but secondly, and this is the argument, right? You can make it illegal to spy on people. So, like, but that means using data privacy laws, right? But they don't want to do that because they don't want to, like, enforce laws. They don't want to pass laws that are going to limit Meta and Google and X and every other fucking American company from using your data, from spying on you. So that's why they're not passing that law. They could easily pass that law. And it would allow them to prosecute anyone who broke the law, including TikTok, employees or whatever who broke the law. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. Why do you think that is? Why do you think they don't want to just pass a very basic data privacy law? Presidents don't pass laws, WTF. Thank you for proving how little MAGA understands about this country. The law that they passed is technically a divest or ban bill. So one of the excuses they were giving, they were like, well, technically it's not going to ban it. Like, if they sell, they have the option to sell, which is fucking bullshit. There is a tiny chance they will choose to sell. I think probably not. Also, if they do, I'm very concerned with who they're going to sell to. Very concerning. What American billionaire is just going to end up, Yeah, Elon Musk owns a social media company. Yeah. I agree, Sage. I agree. I'm really pissed. Like, I don't want to be telling people to follow me on these other apps because I don't want to reward these companies because they lobbied to have it banned. Why do you say that, Joshua? I mean, I know it won't be. It's also not going to be seen as, violating our right to free speech. They're not going to see anything wrong with it, even if there is something wrong with it. Lemonade is not going to replace TikTok, guys. I don't know who started that fucking lie. Lemonade is also owned by ByteDance, so it's probably also going to be banned, just like CapCut. So I don't know that there's a list of companies, but you can see the people who, like, if you look at the people who supported, who have pushed and championed the bill, it's mostly, like, Republicans have been trying to get this passed for several years. You can see that some of their highest donors, especially in the past, like, year, are, like, Meta, Google, Amazon, all that kind of stuff. Big tech companies, and APAC had a lot to do with this final, the final, like, success in basically, like, passing the bill and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Joshua. What owners? So January 19th is when it goes into effect. There is an option to extend it by 3 months, 90 days, if they are in the midst of, like, selling it, basically. I would not count on that happening. I mean, it was mainly a Republican bill that all started after Trump used an executive order to ban TikTok, which got overturned in the courts, and then he pushed for an actual bill to be passed. Elon, a Democrat. Yeah, it is censorship, yes. They are not, Georgelo. You're fucking insane, Jesus. Elon voted for Biden, right, I'm sure. He was offering people $1 million to vote for Trump, but the guy voted for Biden. Sure. And Jeff Bezos blocked the editorial staff from the Washington Post from issuing their, whatchamacallit? Oh, you're just trolling, WTF. That's fucking funny. And thank you, Gene. Endorsement, thank you. The 1996 Communications Act. I don't think so. I'm gonna put up. Sure. I totally believe him. WTF. 100% believe him. See, like I said, you guys are so fucking easy. You're so easy. That's why they lie to you. That's why Trump was like, I'm going to save TikTok, because he knew that you don't fucking know. Jesus. You are so easy. To allow anyone to enter any communication with No, I'm not sure why that would. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 seems to mostly just be like about accessibility. And how do you think those people are going to talk about what worries them once it's banned, Joshua? Also, if you don't care, you should leave. You should leave. Yeah, happily, Jean. Thank you. Find me elsewhere, guys. Find me on the other apps, please. These guys. I'm basically at perezbrenna on almost every single app except for YouTube. I like it better than Meta Skadoosh. Thanks for the follows, guys. Oh, nice. Blueski. Blueski. The orange one is Clapper. They're trying to like replace TikTok. I don't know if they will. There's not enough people on there yet. So it's like still weird. Exactly, yes. Okay, Joshua. We'll see. Vine doesn't exist. And an app just like Vine doesn't exist. There will be new apps, but will they function like TikTok? Literally like IG, yeah, none like this one, exactly. IG and YouTube have tried mimicking, copying TikTok. And yet some people, most people prefer TikTok over the fucking Reels and the Shorts. Exactly, no name. Oh, there's news on the UHC thing. New leads including DNA. Damn it! DNA sample? No. Exited the park on its west side without his backpack. Recovered a fake ID and cell phone. Also determined the man arrived in New York on a Greyhound bus from somewhere in the South City. Damn. Joshua, you say that like we haven't like in history seen that authoritarianism is very, very effective at stopping people from saying what they want to say. Okay, least of your worries. Cool. Good for you, Joshua. It's a big one on my radar, so. If you don't care about it, no one cares that you don't care about it. We care about it. I hope so, EW. I hope the Supreme Court will, in fact, hear the case. And I hope that they will pause it, or at least, or stop it. I would love that. Yeah, they don't care about precedent. What else? The man they are seeking had been in New York City about 10 days before the... He arrived November 24th on a bus in Atlanta that was unclear where he had boarded. He checked into the hostel, left on November 29th, and checked back in the next day. Central Park. Video surveillance of Central Park showed that the suspect exited the west side of the park without a backpack he was wearing during the thing, according to law enforcement official. Officers searched the park on Thursday but were unable to find the pack. Facial recognition. Experts disagree. Experts in facial recognition technology disagree on whether the widely circulated security camera images of a smiling man wearing a hooded jacket but depicting his face from a sharply downward angle would contain enough detail to identify him, since the technology works best with a high-res photo of someone looking directly into a camera. Hey. Yeah. Let's talk about jobs and how landlording is neither a business nor a job. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you don't know, Joshua? Those are typical words used in litigation. Well, there's a book that's called Delay, Deny, Defend, I think it is. But the words are typical in and known in the industry as being the tactics used to deny people insurance. They delay the claims, they deny, and then it's not dispose, it's reported as depose, which is like, you know, what you do in like a deposition. I'm against a landlord because that's the dumbest fucking question I've ever heard. WTF. That is the dumbest question ever. Oh, you rent. Why support a landlord? Oh. You're right. I should just live on the street. I should live on the street. The fucking dumbest question ever. I can't buy a house, WTF. And you know that. Most fucking people can't these days. If there weren't so many landlords, I would be able to buy a house. No, I was actually ready to purchase property before the pandemic, and then the pandemic hit and my fucking industry went up into flames. WTF. Also, the fact that, yeah, prices are inflated because there are so many landlords, which is why they're fucking not good for the economy. I have neither of those, skadoosh. Sure, WTF. Go for it. I'm not in California, so. Books, I have some books behind me. Whoops. My bookshelves are in the other room mostly. Yes, I am, whatevs. Can I answer your questions? No, skadoosh, no. So the basis is, I mean, what they claim is different than what's reality, right? Like, we know this. They claim that it's like a risk to national security, and the problem is by using that argument, that means that they're allowed to basically get away with like not showing evidence of anything and not actually accusing them of anything and not like making it clear what it is that they suspect that they did. It's like the biggest fucking loophole in America that they can use in any fucking way, shape, or form they want to basically avoid, you know, following existing American laws. They can trample over, you know, free speech rights because, oh, national security. They can trample over our rights to privacy because, oh, national security. All that stuff. It is censorship. But so, inflation is low now, actually. Notice media, so. The deadline is January 19th for the sale or ban. China has said that they are not allowed to sell it. Also, ironically, if Trump puts tariffs in, then it will be subject to those tariffs because they can extend the deadline by 90 days if it's like in the midst of like, yeah, they shouldn't sell their secrets. I agree. Yeah, inflation is like 2%. It's low. It's pretty standard. Clapper is trying to be. That's this orange one here. I'm trying to like. Sorry, there's a delay on my camera now because of this setup. So this orange one that's right by my username is Clapper. They're trying to be TikTok. There's not enough people on there yet, so it's kind of weird on there. But also, you know, Instagram, YouTube are trying to, they each have their version of it, though it's not as good. Nothing has the algorithm that TikTok has. Which is why they had to ban it. Instead of believing in like free market capitalism and competition leading to innovation, they just were like, fuck it, ban it. We can't beat it, ban it. Oh, okay. Exactly, Sage. But yeah, you know, do your creators a favor, find them elsewhere, please. Yeah, exactly, Gina. Xi Jinping. That's not, no, so Skadoosh, that's not actually how this works. It was a law passed by Congress. Congress could maybe pass a law to repeal the law. Congress could repeal the law themselves. Right now, the whatchamacallit, Trump cannot overturn a judicial decision. So basically, a law was passed. TikTok sued. Today, a panel of judges, 2 of which were selected by Trump, mind you, ruled to uphold the ban, the law. So now TikTok is probably going to appeal to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court can decide whether or not to hear it, and if they hear it, then they will rule on it, right? Trump, the president, the executive branch does not have the power to overrule a judicial ruling on something like this. If they want to repeal, they also can't just repeal a law. He can try, but whatever. No, I believe this is just, I believe the next one is just SCOTUS. Because technically this was the appeals court. Well, he can't veto it because you can't retroactively veto something. But also, even like Biden couldn't veto it because it was passed with a veto-proof majority. So. Correct, whatevs. Biden, yes, could extend it by 90 days on January 19th. I mean, I don't know why he would do the guy any favors, really. No, they have not. Which is the problem, right? So basically, like, that's kind of what TikTok was, like, suing, like, was asking in the lawsuit. They were like, if we're accused of something, please tell us what we're accused of. You know, let us see what the thing is. Let us answer to the accusations. And they were like, nope, sorry, classified, can't tell you because national security, which is very convenient, right? So the judges were like, well, yeah, traditionally, normally, you would be entitled to see the evidence against you. But because it's national security, you know, we get to break the law. He's not a billionaire, dude. Yeah, Thomas. That's the thing. I mean, you know, he could literally just decide to fucking do something randomly that has never been done before, that is, like, explicitly not what he's supposed to be allowed to do. But also, it's Trump. He breaks the law all the fucking time and never faces any consequences. So, yeah. But that's not, you know, in my opinion, firstly, he's not going to do it, probably. But also, if he does, that's not a solution. That's just, like... And also, by the way, if he does do that, and we just welcome it, be wary, because that they literally will have just set up this situation. And that actually makes more sense, right? They will have, that Republicans set this situation up for the deadline to be right before Trump takes office, for the first deadline, to then have Trump come in and be a fucking hero by breaking the law and like overturning a judicial ruling, or somehow repealing a law all on his own, which is not what a president can do, so that but a very popular repeal, so that everyone cheers it on and is like, yay, yay, okay, cool. We like an authoritarian fucking dictator that's breaking all the rules and laws that are, you know, limiting the powers of the presidency. That's fucking genius, actually. Yeah, exactly. Maybe. But it's not really up to him, again. Let's see. It's been a while since I read the actual bill itself, too. Let's see if we can... Here we go. The Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act. Oh, shit. Okay, so ISPs will be required to make the app inaccessible on U.S. internet browsers. Okay, so that's something that we were wondering about. Yes, it will make it illegal for ISPs to make it available on American internet browsers. Yeah, I had a suspicion. So the ruling said, unless TikTok executes a qualified divestiture by January 19, 2025, its platform will effectively be unavailable in the United States, at least for a time. I'm getting tired. I haven't eaten today. So I'm gonna go eat while these batteries charge, and then I will maybe go live again in a little bit. Yeah. I will. I'm good. I'm tired. Yeah, thank you guys. Please, please, please find me on the other apps, please. Hopefully this will be all unnecessary, and either the Supreme Court will block it or TikTok will find a loophole. You know what technically one loophole could be? I'd have to look into this. I have to look into who would approve is a qualified buyer, right? But if they bribed Trump enough, they could probably get him to approve a qualified buyer that's just yet another shell company. No, Lemonade is also owned by ByteDance, Tiger. That's not gonna fucking do anything. It's not the loophole. Thank you, Sleep. Which would be terrible. Does he even have enough cash to buy it? I wouldn't want to sell it either. Shrimp. MSNBC. Yeah, I'm sure. All right. I love you guys. Sorry, I'm gonna go eat. Get some brain fuel. Yeah, exactly, Shrimp. I said the same thing. Also, by the way, these free market capitalists all of a sudden are just like jealous that this app is doing so much fucking better than them, so they're concocting like bullshit reasons to ban it because they can't compete. Yeah, that's not fucking free market anything. If they really cared about people, you know, about ByteDance and TikTok spying on Americans, they would pass laws stopping apps from being able to do that so that they could prosecute anyone who broke those laws. But they don't want to do that because they want to keep letting American companies do it. They want to let American companies spy on us and sell our data for... By the way, all the data that TikTok gets, they can get it for pennies. They can just buy it off of Facebook and Google anyway. They will still have all of our fucking data, so who gives a shit? Exactly. All right. Yeah, all the data is held in the US. Exactly. All right. Love you guys. Also, oh, that's the other thing, by the way. As soon as this goes in effect, because no one would be like allowed to distribute it, I believe it would have interesting implications for the server farm, the servers that hold all of Americans' data, because they're in the US. So, Jesus Christ, did they? All right. Bye, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you all.